Hello and howdy, everyone. Welcome to the Polymath Park podcast. This is going to be our third episode, and I apologize for any delays between the last one and the one that we have here. I've been on an extended vacation. I'm here with my friend Ari Mazziota, and we've talked off and on over the past few months, and decided it'd be good to do an interview. So, Ari, if you want to introduce yourself and let people know what you're up to.
Yeah, well, my name's Ari. My family all disagree on how to pronounce the last name, so
I hope I got it right.
We'll just go with matzo ball, something like that.
So you're studying for DBT right now, dialectic behavioral therapy.
So right now I am getting ready to start my internship for clinical mental health counseling. My specialty as of right now is going to trauma work, but I'm sure I'll do a lot of just general therapy work too. It tends to be a very varied career. So I'm trying not to pigeonhole myself too much. My wife is she uses DBT a lot, and she's working on her certification for that. She's also a therapist.
Excellent. And you also study philosophy a fair bit, so we've had some good discussions in this regard.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, my philosophy training is very casual, but I feel like I've always been philosophically minded. So now I'm trying to formalize my training a little bit more. And yeah, so I'll probably use a lot of the wrong words there, but I still think it's interesting. So
right. And you've been into philosophy of religion as well. I need to get back into that myself.
Yes, I'm very interested in that. I would like to work with religious trauma and religious abuse and all that. I think that's a really neglected sub field of therapy. And so I've been exploring that a lot lately too. There's just not a lot of research in that compared to other fields of it. So, but definitely an interest of mine.
Yeah, it's definitely expanding. I took I want to say a 20-hour course on religious therapy, and it was very in depth, like more so than I thought it would be. There's lots of ways, especially in Western religions, unfortunately, where it can be quite indoctrinating and quite detrimental to a developing mind. I've seen preachers say straight up that it's good to indoctrinate the young while they're young. It's like, man, how can you say that? It's 2024 and people still talk like that. So there's that way of doing it, and then there's people that are like coming from the heart, and they're really trying to help people develop their spiritual lives and grow. And it can get really messy really quickly, unfortunately.
Right. Yeah. I mean, while I tend to be very critical of religion, I see a huge benefit to it, and I know it's kind of like the glue that holds together many societies. And so, yes, while I'm critical, I don't want to just outright throw it out. I think that's way too simplistic, and I don't think that would really fix any of the problems we have with it either. So, yeah, I just want to get that out there first before we get very critical of it.
Right. Well, I can tell you have a nuanced take, and this is why I want to talk with you, man. Like we've had some very nuanced conversations about some very controversial topics, and that's pretty rare. It's pretty rare that people will be able to see from both sides and try to find the happy middle ground there. So I appreciate that. So that being said, speaking of Western ideologies, what do you think the benefits are of Western philosophies? How they just like double down on analytical thinking and over rationalizing in general? Do you think there's like a benefit over Eastern versus Western?
So, in my limited understanding, when we say Western, we're not just thinking of like Greeks and all that. We're thinking of
a lot of people use the term Abrahamic. That's how John Vervaeke talks about it as well. So the religions and ideologies that came from the Western and Abrahamic conceptions. So and that also includes Islam. So those are the more vertical ascension-based religions, and from that vertical ascension-based philosophies. So it's more about me and my personal ascension, my soul, and also my here on the earth physical presence as a human and what that means to my identity. And over the years separated from the soul part, and that's kind of like reinforced the identity, like the grasping for a solid identity and self-esteem and also ego stroking. As opposed to like the lateral method where it's all connected oneness.
So when it comes to differentiating between like a vertical and I guess a more horizontal ascension, transcension.
Transcendence, yeah, is another way to look
Yeah.
at it.
So to me, I don't see like a huge difference. I think like conceptually they seem different, but they both are looking to get a transformation, right? That is the goal. It's just, are you looking inward or are you looking upward, so to speak? So,
Right.
but as an atheist, I don't believe there is anything other than maybe the physical side. And I don't want to say just as an atheist, because not all atheists hold that position. But for me, it's all about having a personal transcendence and not necessarily a spiritual way. It's just trying to improve yourself, feel better, get to the authentic self, and all that.
Right.
If if in Christianity you're going to pray to God in your prayer time, it seems almost indistinguishable from a certain form of like meditation, right? Or maybe you're directing things outward, but you're really going inward while you're sitting in a quiet space. Um, so
Right.
it seems to be somewhat similar to a lot of the Eastern approaches to me, just like a different flavor of that. And I think there is some merit to that for sure. I mean, I believe meditation has a lot of benefits. And I think we've proven that scientifically as well.
Yeah, there's very solid evidence underlying that, and I think concerning meditation, I mean there are people that are talking about it that are like, for instance, Andrew Huberman, and like really well-known PhD neuroscientists that are saying that in the next few years, meditation is going to be seen as just as scientifically legitimate as medication. We just don't have the science underlying it yet. We don't have enough evidence. We have a lot,
Right,
but we
right.
don't have like the time. Like we don't have longitudinal studies just yet.
Hmm.
But it makes sense. I mean, you see the results, and it's like there's the foundations like diet, sleep, exercise, and I think meditation or meditative practices is also one in there, and light exposure and friend groups and relationships and all that as well. Need to be
Hmm.
included. Yeah, and I'm afraid of like the way that the West is absorbing that message. They're doing what's called, or they, the West is, we're kind of like participating in this,
Those
man.
Westerners, not
Those
us,
dang
but
Westerners. And well, so people are talking about it like McMindfulness. If you've
right.
heard that term, like that's so on point. I mean, we're selling meditation in packages, like a 10-step process, and like buy my book. This is the 10-step process, or come to my seminar or
Right.
whatever. And it's much deeper than that. Like you're not going to get progress from a 10-step process like that. You'll get a lot out of it, but it's hard to put that into a direct instructional set. And that's where kind of like therapy and feedback between the meditative instructor and the meditator can really help.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that
That's what I'm
feedback is
worried.
important
Yeah.
because something of meditation or prayer, however you want to phrase it or however you view it, I think a lot of it is a very subjective experience. And to place, rules or stipulations or parameters on it, while they may be useful in guiding you to a beginner practice of introspection and all that, I don't think it fully captures the subjective experience of that. So
Right.
it helps to have more of an advisor, someone who could, you know, go back and forth, with you, where they'll be like, "Oh, well, how are you feeling here?" It's like, "Well, I feel this. Okay, then let's try this. Did that work? No. Okay, let's try this other thing." You know, uh, and I
Right.
can see as therapy is a good tool for that as well, right? Instead of like telling someone this is what you need to do to fix all your problems, it's like let's work through them together and kind of experience the thought process behind um, the problems
Right.
in real
Right.
time, right? And then we can have this give and take, and it's collaborative, and I think that honors the subjective experience a little bit better, in my opinion.
Totally. And yeah, there's big parallels in therapy with two. You have, I mean, the way I write about this in Diagnostic Default, you have the therapist, the psychoanalyst, and the the practitioners, and you have counselors, a term that's really useful, and then you have gurus, and
Hmm.
those can be muddled. Like you can have those cross over each other, unfortunately, but
Oh,
you can
right.
find those distinctions if you know how to look for them. I think it just takes a little time. So the idea of like the Western instruction, though, I think there's also some unfortunate relevance there. When we look at the Bible in general, a lot of the ways that I'm seeing it interpreted, including the way I interpret it, is it's more instructive. It's more do as I do, walk in my path like Jesus does, and you will experience enlightenment and all that.
Right.
Whereas the way that the Dalai Lama, the 14th Dalai Lama, describes Buddhism, he says it's not really like a religion. It's more something that's more aimed towards helping you be a better version of yourself. So you can be a Christian Buddhist. It's just putting in those practices and allowing yourself to kind of like see from that wider perspective and do what you can with it.
Hmm. Yeah, it's interesting with many Eastern religious philosophies. It's like you could be multiple religions, to be part of that. Whereas like in the West, it's very much like nope, very exclusionary. Um,
And yet there's so
so
many Western religions too,
right, but it's like, and again,
but they're all
we're just
exclusionary.
speaking in general. I'm not going to speak for all of them. I don't even know a fraction of all the different practices out there
Yeah,
because there's just so many. But yeah, it's just like this
3,000.
exclusive. Oh, it's got to be this. You got to have our solution. It's very like capitalistic, too, right? Like
True.
we're going to create this specific problem that only our specific sect can solve. You know,
Mhm.
um, so there's a lot of that going on too. So that's another whole layer to this.
Yeah, that's interesting, man. I thought too much about like how the particular versions and dogmas and how these branch off to address particular issues. Like that's really
Mhm.
interesting. Well, so I kind of talk about some more psychology. So, in your opinion, how do you think psychology has really changed in the last 50 years? As much of this as you studied.
Let's see. Um,
I want to say 70 years, but 50 is probably good for what I'm questioning.
yeah. So I'm more familiar with like, and again, they've run somewhat parallel, but the therapy counseling side and the psychology side. Um, I'm not sure if that distinction changes things. So it'd be hard for me to speak on like if you're talking about psychology, that a lot of that feels like the research side of it.
Right. I should clarify. So we can ask both those questions, but what do you think about psychoanalysis over the past 50 years, 50 to 70 years, I guess?
Um, yeah, I don't know. I don't know about the history of that. It's there. There's so many different branches of that, different thoughts, different schools. I mean, I would say just more schools keep popping up, different ideas. Um, I feel like the psychoanalytic approach was way more popular 100 years ago because that was the main tool set we had. Um, when like humanistic psychology started to take over, that was very much contrasting with the psychoanalytic approach, right? So if the psychoanalytic approach was a little colder, a little more clinical, a little more scientific, I could even say more patriarchal too, right? Where
Oh
like
yeah.
there's a distinct power differential between the practitioner or therapist and the client or patient. Um, and it was very much like a parental relationship,
You
right?
could
Where
see that in
like,
a lot of like Jung and Freud. There was a lot of that exemplified in their discussions and their
oh,
therapy practices too.
for sure. Yeah, the name that sticks out to me who kind of broke the mold would be like Rogers, Carl Rogers. Um,
Yeah,
the Rogerian approach was really about like how can we have a not that there's no hierarchy there, right? But how can we have a more collaborative, warm, healing approach to it? So rather than like the practitioner being the expert on healing in general, now it's like, well, let's sit with these feelings and let me be someone who could be your friend, in a way, um, who could just kind of
And yet
be there
also,
with you and not judge you and all those things, and then hopefully model those healthy behaviors for you to engage in with yourself. I think that was more of his approach, and he was very much responding to the cold, lifeless psychoanalytics.
well, from what I understand, he did emphasize like being there with them, and also the friendship idea, but also not like forming a relationship. So
Yeah.
he and Irvin Yalom and a lot of the earlier psychologists from the 70s and 60s were very much wary of that as well, because you can form that ultimate rescuer complex, as the way Yalom talks
Hmm.
about it, or ultimate savior, where the person just keeps coming back to the therapist thinking they're going to fix them instead of fixing themselves. But the
Yeah,
alternative is
yeah,
like the therapist trying to fix you entirely. So it's a give and take with that.
right. And I would say like the humanistic side won out because in my training they were very adamant about you're not there to fix the person, right?
Exactly.
And that took a little bit, but once we practiced it in our residencies, it really started to click. You're there to have them experience their own transformation,
Right.
right? And you're, through the various techniques we learned, rather than, oh, well, here's what your solution is. However, there's a place for that too, because sometimes it's something simple, right? Maybe someone will come to you with the intention of, okay, let's work on, how to deal with this particular interpersonal conflict in my family, right? And maybe that's fine. You could do like 3 or 4 sessions of, oh, I want to talk about this. Okay, well, what would they possibly say? And what would you do if they said this? And you can work through that. And maybe a few sessions of that is fine. All right. So it depends on what the client needs, for sure. So I think every, I don't know, decade another approach appears to suit the needs of the consumer of therapeutic practices.
Indeed. And it's interesting, man. Like a lot of the new therapies that I'm noticing popping up, like DBT and IFS, internal family systems, these are touching on ideas that we've been presenting for thousands of years, as well
Hmm.
as in Eastern and Western philosophies and religions. They're just being put into a secular format. They're being put into a structure that we can absorb and embody and act upon, and not feel so like spiritually drawn to them, or having them feel like they're not strict in that way.
Right.
Like they're not as consequential either, but they still follow on basic principles of resilience and, like we talked about before, radical acceptance. Like that's obviously got
Yeah.
really big Buddha ties there, but there's lots of ways to put that into very secular terminology as well.
Yeah. I mean, that's a whole podcast itself, really.
Yeah. Yeah, that it is, man. So I was going to ask, I have like a large note on this, so I just wanted to make sure I get all this down. So I was going to ask how you feel about the current state of psychoanalysis in the United States. Last time we talked, you and Ingrid mentioned that DSM-5 acts more as an insurance policy. Does that mean that most of these diagnostic terms exist so that psychologists don't get in trouble for their therapy going wrong? For example, quote, you qualify as autistic and bipolar, and I've used the prescribed methodology in therapy that I recommended, but whoops, that method had counter effects that are negative. But you can't sue me because I've gone by the books. This would pose relevance in the recent suings from people that have transitioned and claiming that their psychologist persuaded them to get the procedure. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah. I mean, the trans issue. Again, I think that would be another separate
Well, that's
issue.
that's kind of just tying that in there, but yeah, I'm
Yeah,
just
for
curious,
sure,
like
for
how we
sure.
think about the
Because
DSM-5.
right, that one's very complicated. But all these questions are complicated.
We'll
I
talk about
think
that too.
because I think that, but even any of these, if you said bipolar and like autism spectrum disorder, or all these kind of labels that we have. Um, I think mainly the DSM is there for insurance purposes. It's a medical tool, right? If um, I need to diagnose someone, right, to collect on insurance, right, it's there. I wouldn't say it's
Right,
only
that's
used
another.
for that,
Yeah, I see.
right? So it has some useful information in there, but like any other um, written down prescribed ideas, uh, it's just kind of a place to start,
Right. Like
right?
if you're diagnosing cancer or you're diagnosing a particular physical malady in medical literature, you have the same process going on. If they write a prescription, it's because of this book that said that's the right way to write the prescription. Same thing takes place in
Right, right.
psychology.
So some of it is like you have to have official ways of doing things, right? You have to have like they have to be proprietary, we'll say, right? Or else you're
Mm.
just like flinging things around. Um,
Right.
but I think that you do run into that issue of simplifying people, people's problems, or just summing up people's identities by giving them a certain diagnosis, for example.
Absolutely.
Which I know is something that you're very big on, and I think that's important to address as well. Um, but real quick before we get into that, I would say that as a therapist, very little of what we do is just diagnosing, right? That's like
Right.
it's like the least important thing, really,
And so
in
you would think
general.
it would be like the way that I thought about this is that it would take many months to figure out the right diagnosis for a person. And even then, how are you going to know? Because you've never lived in their shoes. I mean,
Right,
ideally, the person would be able to learn for themselves, but that gets towards self-diagnosis, and that gets really problematic as well.
right,
But I mean, it does make sense that the way that it's written out and the way that the criteria is structured, if you go to the DSM-5, you can pick this out pretty quickly. You can throw someone into a category pretty quickly, I guess is the easy way to say it. And a
right,
lot of that gets like a lot of that's very helpful, but it also does the atomistic problem. It does the individualistic over categorization and over prognostic thing.
right. Well, I mean, we could liken it to WebMD or something, right? You go to
Right.
Dr. Google, and oh, I got this weird spot in my toe, and it's like, well, you got 2 days to live, you know, and you see that, right? So, it's probably the same with the DSM. If you don't have any training in therapy or psychology, and you just look at that, um, you don't know how to parse through that, and you might lend too much credence to it, or you might give it too much weight. Um,
Right.
what
That's
the
so easy to
diagnosis
do
says,
that.
right? Because like your diagnosis, if you have to have one, really doesn't describe who you are, right? It may give you some ideas about what you're going through, and maybe some other people who are going through something similar, right? But similar doesn't mean that they're a carbon copy. And this is where we need professionals, right, who know how to navigate these things and are able to sit down with their client and, you know, make sure that the client doesn't just see themselves as being this or that because of their diagnosis, right? So you got to treat people as people. And
So it's a
yeah.
group endeavor. That's what you're
Oh,
saying. Like there's a
absolutely. It
lot
should
of
be
people,
collaborative.
yeah, but people can't afford that.
Right, right.
Is
Well,
the
I mean,
problem.
well, the other thing too is I'm big into group counseling. So one of the things I'll be working with for that is outpatient substance abuse rehab. And what's nice about that is it's a group of people, right? The group format is nice because it makes things a little bit cheaper too
Right.
than one on one, right? So that's really good in like community health settings as well. And you'll find that with a lot of these, I don't even want to say diagnoses, but just a lot of problems people have that go into therapy. A lot of these issues are interpersonal issues. So in a group
Mm.
format, you're able to relatively cheaply get people to come in and work on things together with a common goal, right?
Right.
So even if it's like a targeted group, let's say it's for people experiencing, I don't know, X, Y, or Z, um, and the group, that doesn't mean that they're all the same. It just means that they have maybe a similar category of issues, and they could come together and work together and collaborate with each other and with the professionals.
Right.
So that way they could, you know, kill two stones with one bird, so to speak.
uh, the I could see this being very beneficial for social anxiety. Although, well, I say that because that gives people exposure and helps them feel uncomfortable expressing parts about themselves in uncomfortable situations. But it
Right.
also kind of has the reinforcing thing. So it's the misery loves company problem. And because everybody has the same problem, they could end up like collaborating or like reinforcing their own problems instead of like intentionally going out into more uncomfortable groups where they're not as familiar with people. But
Oh,
otherwise, I
yeah.
mean, I think it's a great process either way. I'm just trying to find find flaws. Yeah.
No, and that's actually really important because, yeah, I could say all the benefits here or there, but as someone who will be running groups, that's something I'm gonna have to watch out for, right? Like, I'll probably bring this up a lot, but I always try to distinguish, is it helpful or is it not helpful? That's it. Keep it
Yes,
simple like that, right? So, are the
absolutely.
things that we're doing in the group helpful? Are going around the group, having people explain their situation, is the way that they talk about themselves and their experiences, is that helpful?
Right. This
Right?
is what they did in my CBT training as well, and that helps with thoughts as well because it's not like you have to say that's a bad thought or that's a good thought. It's is the helpful thought or an unhelpful thought? Because then it's like, well, it doesn't. You don't have to feel bad about having bad thoughts. It's a normal thing.
Right.
You
That's
can
very
choose whether.
CBT. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the crux of it.
And the same is the case with other people in interaction. Like, are they saying things that are bad to me, or are they just unhelpful to the conversation?
Right, exactly. Well, I mean, it's also possible that if there's like a conflict in the group, is that a projection of getting psychoanalytic here? Is that a projection of their own like negative self-talk or their negative self-concept or image?
Right.
Right. And I'd say, yeah, for sure. So
Yeah,
that's an
that was
opportunity
yeah.
to, yeah, you get a window into someone's inner life by seeing how they express themselves externally. But it does take a trained eye, and that's why I wouldn't just get a bunch of people with a common problem to get together in one room and just have unstructured, complain fest. And yeah, because I don't think that'd be helpful,
That
right?
is the Ms. Pillows company thing. Yeah,
Right,
celebrating
right,
our
right.
woes.
And but even as I'm saying that, that could have its place. Sometimes just having that community and just kind of like venting, um, as
Yes.
a group can be really helpful. But like, you don't want to have just a venting group because I could see how that would turn toxic very quickly.
Absolutely, it like reinforces the idea that it's the world against us, and we are in this group together. And the undergoing mindset. I wish I had my book with me. Ernest Becker talks about this in Revolution in Psychiatry. Coined the term undergoing. Well, he didn't coin that, but he uses the term undergoing to describe this way of being that we can get into regardless of mental condition. Also, this can just happen just as an existential condition of living, as you can feel like the world's on your shoulders, and then the decisions that you make from that are from an undergoing attitude as opposed to like a thriving or a growth mindset as opposed to a
Mm.
fixed mindset. Yeah. This was all super beneficial to me when I was also going through my own traumas and disorders. I've had various traumas from my past, not to the extent that I've seen in other cases, but the from a disorder standpoint and from like a comparison of how my brain seems to work compared to most other people, CBT definitely seemed to help me with that, with the unhelpful thinking and helpful thinking,
Hmm.
and just giving people a different language to think about things. Because without this language, we're subjected to the cultural language that surrounds us, which is often quite unhealthy and
Oh, for
judgmental and
sure.
comparative and superficial and us versus themy. And well, so that, I mean, that point, not to get on a tangent, but the us versus them thing, that's, we're still having huge problems with that. And I have another question on here as well about that. The neurotypical versus neurodivergent, there is a dichotomy developing there too, and I'm watching this develop on social media, and I try to like say my piece and put in comments that are pretty nuanced and try to get people's opinions on it, and I will still get very much shut down or called an ableist or called or just insensitive, and that's where a lot of this dichotomy is coming from as well, because you can encourage people and you can use CBT and then it can be called medical gaslighting. I've heard people
Oh,
online. I
yeah,
read
yeah.
that.
My wife
That's
hates that though. That'll
it's
send her into a
crazy.
rage.
Like, I mean, again, the reification of the concept because the word exists.
Right.
That's a big part of what my book is on, or a lot of my research is on right now. It's just incredible how powerful language is. We create the word and then we see gaslighting everywhere
Yeah.
because that's the lens that we're perceiving through. Well, okay, so let's stir the pot here.
Yeah.
How do you feel about trans rights? Do you think people are getting these procedures too early and too often? The procedures being transition surgeries and physical alterations of the body. Those can be genital and they can be otherwise. We'll get into that as well.
Sure, sure, sure. Well, there's a whole wide breadth of um, gender affirming care, right? And that's a word I hear a lot, and I like that word because it is general. Um,
Right.
but there's a lot of misinformation out there, so it's tough. Um, it's
Right.
it's very, I don't want to say it's completely new, but relatively it's very new, particularly for how like politicized it is. So that
Mhm.
makes it difficult to speak on from a medical or practitioner perspective, right? Because when I'm talking to people about this, uh, where are they coming from this? What do they know about it? How do they feel about it? How does their religion or their society uh, change the way that they approach this, or what kind of lens does it provide for them to look at this? Um,
Right. That's
from
interesting. You bring that up
Yeah,
there. Sorry to interrupt. My next question was going to be: is this in the early stages, where it's still very rough and ugly, but it might be refined in the future, like what we saw with the early adopters of hair plugs, for instance, when people are
yeah,
like bleeding from their forehead because they're getting hair plugs too early before
right,
the
right,
technology
right.
was refined.
Yeah, I think it's very new. Um, well, trans people aren't new, but how we approach
Right.
this and what we're doing about it is new. Um,
I wonder about that too, man. I like because the conception of trans identity that we have today might be different than what we saw in Bible times or like 100 years
oh,
ago.
sure, like, but I don't even think they did discuss that in the Bible at all, right? Like that wasn't a
Well,
concern
they're
of theirs.
I don't know, like, they were cross-dressing. I don't remember if
Right, but
cross-dressing was mentioned in the Bible.
that's a different thing,
Yeah.
right? So I think even when it comes, and there are debates about this, right? There's so many different schools of thought on how to
Yeah.
interpret the Bible, right? You know,
Well,
within
I mentioned
Judaism,
that
there's many
just
different
trying to
interpretations as well of the whole, you know, homosexuality and all that. What does that mean? You know, was that just
well, I don't necessarily
for
mean from, like, a
Israelites? You know, they weren't supposed to practice that because those are practices that the cultures around them were doing, and they wanted to distinguish themselves from that, right? So as kind of an identity marker. Um, I've heard that. Is it, you know, um, they're trying to dissuade people from like pedophilic behaviors. You
right.
know, I've heard that one too. It's all on how it's translated and, you know,
Mm.
which section are we talking about? And there's all kinds of debates there, but I would say that they just did not think of things the same way that we did now. So I think that that's a very outdated way to look at things. So if people were forming their opinions on a very new topic based on things that are happening, you know, 2 to 3,000 years ago and how they viewed things, um, I don't think it's as helpful as they might think. So,
Right. I mentioned the Bible just to not from, like, the religious perspective, just as far back as I can think. I'm asking
mhm,
ChatGPT right now, ancient India, we see ancient Mesopotamia circa 3000 BCE. Goddess Inanna's cult included priests and priestesses known as
mhm,
Gala or Gaia, some of whom are said to have lived as women and performed roles typically associated with women, regardless of their assigned sex at birth. Ancient Egypt, gender variant deities. Ancient Greece and Rome, Hydra of India, eunuchs. Okay, so eunuchs is kind of a whole other category. Two spirit, right? The two spirit people of indigenous North American cultures. So there's like we talk about it like cross dressing, but maybe that's like all they had available at the time. You know what I mean? Like all they could do was to dress physically from the outside
right.
to portray the
But
part that they wanted to portray.
I think from the examples that you gave, and that's not an exhaustive list by any means,
No, there's
but
more on here too. I just
yeah,
stopped reading.
exactly. But and we I don't even think we could speak on all of that. But I think the general takeaway here is that there are so many different expressions of, you know, gender, sexuality, throughout all these cultures and throughout time, right? A lot of these like polytheistic um, cultures, like a lot of the gods represent humans too, right? So I think they're speaking on the human experience a little bit more, right? So as
Right.
opposed to like the Abrahamic God, which is very much not human and just interacting with humans,
Right.
right?
Apparently, Joan of Arc was accused of cross-dressing as part of the charges against her during her trials.
Right, but like
Crazy.
that was the function of that time, right? But
Yeah.
in other places, for a show, let's say I could go up for theater and I could cross dress or whatever, and that was fine,
Right. It's
right?
context dependent. Yeah.
It
Yeah.
so I all of it's context dependent. It's all relativistic. Um,
Mhm.
it's such a broad thing.
And so,
I'm
like
not
the
no way a
the
historian on this, but just yeah,
right.
rattling off some stuff.
I mean, I think what I'm saying politically with this is that the the conservatives will say that it's not context, but like we shouldn't just let people do everything that they want to do all the time, or the world would be chaos. And so there's just an aversion to anything that sounds like that coming from the right in this regard. Does that
Right.
sound right to you?
Well, to me, that's a like miscategorization,
Hmm.
right? Because when you phrase things, not when you, sorry, I should say it, but particularly the right when they phrase it like that, um, it's
Like I
it
said,
really
I'm
let
doing devil's advocate all
no
throughout
no
this whole
no no,
thing.
you're totally fine. I just don't want to be like accusational or anything.
Yeah, I
But
know what
just
you're saying.
things that I hear too. When people use that kind of language, it sounds more like, oh, people are just choosing to be wild and they're trying to be,
Right.
deviant, right? And they're trying to be bold and they just want to upset things and they just want to sin, whatever they say, right?
And they also
But
get grossed out by it too. There's a
oh yeah,
visceral, dude, insula cortex. Oh, that's a powerful cortex. And that's a powerful part of the brain, and that triggers in them. They just get super grossed out by anything that's like outside of the norm, whatever the norm
right.
is. Yeah.
Well, I guess this is relevant to that. So when it comes to trans stuff, because that seems to be like right now, that's the big issue. The past like 10 years seems to be the big issue on the right. But before that, homosexuality was the thing that was demonized,
Right,
right?
because that's
And
against the quote unquote norm,
right.
or
So
biology or
so
whatever.
exactly right. So anything that's against the norm is blamed for the problems
Right.
in the world, right? So they tend to associate um, sexual issues, right, and any deviations from the sexual hegemony, let's say, right, are really they bring up that visceral feeling you described,
Mhm.
right? Like it goes to that like lizard brain
If
there.
you watch
And
people, not to interrupt, but
no,
sometimes they'll do the thing where they do this, like they'll raise their nose a little bit.
right,
That's an ancient genetic instinct that's connected to the insular cortex to plug the nose when an offending smell arises, and that facial expression has persisted through time. And people will talk about this and they'll be like, I don't know. You see what I mean? Like that's crazy. How
right. I always thought that was
deep
like a
set that
French
is.
thing. It was
Sorry.
where they
Oh, maybe it's that too. That's interesting. Maybe like certain cultures have that
right.
stronger than others. Yeah. But yeah,
So
I've
maybe
noticed that when I talk about that with like I talk with a lot of ignorant people, to put it
sure.
nicely, and I see that facial expression in them. So I think that's what we're up against. Like we're up against a large part of this that's like genetic repulsion to a lot of these issues that we're talking about, versus compassion and empathy, and both of these being taken to extremes. You know.
Right. Yeah. Well, I think that it's not everyone is doing this in a nefarious way, but I think a lot of times it's easy to take the hardest thing to accept or the strangest thing or the thing that's most visceral, and it's easy to use that experience as a tool, right, to further an agenda. So
Right.
so when
Everybody's
I
got
say
an
that, it's
agenda.
like right. Well, it's easy to I could lump every problem in the world on the pro-trans movement,
Right.
right? Because they're the liberal, atheist, unreasonable,
even that,
right?
the
Or
pro-trans
whatever they want to
movement.
label on them, right? So they
Right,
just lump it in and they take the thing that sells the most, because that is a very easy thing to sell because it causes a visceral reaction
right.
to many people, right? So I I'm very skeptical of how the right views trans issues, because I think to them they don't actually care about the human side of trans people. I think it's mostly just it is atypical and it is abnormal and it is a very easy thing to blame the world's problems on,
Oh, yeah.
right?
The way that
I
you put
think
it, like
that's what we're responding to
pro-trans.
mainly. So
Yeah.
they're not all like that, I'm sure, but that's just what I've seen a lot with that.
Absolutely, man. I mean, the way that you put it, like pro-trans movement, like that's or the trans rights, trans identity, right? Like we're
Yeah,
already reifying these concepts as like actual concepts when it's really not that big of a deal. The cases that we're seeing are few and far between, but or like the problematic cases that we're seeing are few and far between. But
yeah,
we talked about this for man, we talked about this for like 6 hours before. That's crazy. Which not to get into this, but like I just want to point out that these conversations can be had from a nuanced, mature perspective
yeah.
for extended for hours if you're really dedicated to it, or you can default to a cognitive dissonance and like default to one-sided thinking and then just like butt heads and we never get anywhere. So this is a big part of what I'm
Exactly.
trying to do with the channel is try to bring this nuance into play.
Oh yeah, no, and I think that's great. The one caution I have is when it comes to issues of identity and all that. I mean, identity may be one of the few things we have in this world, right? The way that we, conceptualize
Mhm.
ourselves, how we view ourselves and express ourselves, right? Um, I think we don't always have control over that, but I think your experience as a human being is very much influenced by that. And
Absolutely.
if someone has the experience of a trans person, um, I think telling them, well, you're really not that way or whatever. I That's very like
That's
counterproductive and
ableist.
harmful. And a little humility, I think, would go a long way. So,
Yeah.
right? Who are we to tell someone that they're wrong about something, right? I mean, how could we know that we're right about something, especially when it's their identity? And there's some consequences of people not um, honoring the authentic selves, right? That are
Yeah.
very, very dire. And I think we have to look at what's more important.
I was gonna say it's very ableist. It's more ignorant than anything. It's just not willing to, well, indeed, ignore. Like the root word there, ignoring. It's ignoring other people's perspectives, ignoring how other people can view the world.
Right. And that's we kind of touched on this earlier, but as someone who's coming from this from a like a therapeutic angle, right? I'm not here to fix people's problems, right? Even conceptualizing it like that, I don't find it very helpful. And it just feels wrong,
Yeah.
right?
So this is
I
where I
want
would say,
Yeah,
or
like
go ahead.
no, I want to help people, maybe either find their authentic self or, to work through it and work with it, to come out on the other side with, you know, a better outlook and a better experience and better self-concept and all that.
Right.
And that's going to come from them. What is it that they want? What is it that they feel? Who do they feel that they truly are? Who do they want to be? Uh, what are things that they could do to have those things, right?
Right.
Or to
Right.
accept themselves better? Or do they need to take action to get through where they want to be? So I would like to help people to do that. So whenever I see people not acting through that, it's very contrary to how I view the world and how I view human interactions,
Right. I
right?
mean, so an argument could be made for like the fixing you. Like some could say that that would be the ultimate fixing. Like I'm taking it upon me to physically fix your physical body so that you feel better. It's not even like the therapist telling the person how to think. It's the therapist physically hands on going into and fixing the person's body. So that could be seen as kind of a that's not really like the ultimate savior thing because then the patient doesn't come back anymore. Like it's already done. But do you see what I'm getting at? Like there are ways to
Kind
look at
of.
like fixing. Like it's not my job to fix you that could be seen as fixing them. Maybe I just thought about this. I haven't thought this out yet.
Right. I mean, like, the way that I view helping people, um, I'm gonna help someone by being there with them. I could give them some perspective, perhaps, but I'm not there
Right.
to transplant my idea about who I think they should be or whatever, or how they should
Right.
live
So
their
it's
lives
just like
onto
it's
them.
affirming. Yeah.
Right. So that's more where I'm coming from. But of course, I hope to help them, right? And I hope there's a transformation. If I could have a hand in that, that's awesome. That's really cool. I mean, if I didn't
Right.
believe that, why would I be a therapist, right? If I didn't think I could affect
Well, there's
change.
different ways. Yeah. And there's
You know.
different ways to be therapists. But so
Oh yeah.
like it's interesting you use the word transformation though. So when I look at folks like Ian McGilchrist, John Vervaeke, and the philosophical psychologists, also Jordan Peterson, the and I really don't like to reference him, but he does go
Yeah, I
into
was
some depth.
like, we could have a whole
Yeah, lots of
debate
problems.
there.
I have a lot of problems with the way he's
Yeah.
doing everything he's doing all the time. But he more so for Vervaeke and the folks that are looking into like secular versions of transcendence and what it means to grow as a person. When we talk about transformation, I'm like again, I'm trying not to take sides on this. There's a personal growth side of transformation, and there's physical appearance side of transformation, I guess you could say. The way that I've kind of been writing this out is that the personal growth would come first, and very often when goes through all that growth, and I mean the growth that consists of all of the bases. So you have like all the existential givens covered, which you can never truly cover because they're existential givens. So that's
Right,
already
because you're
fraught.
alive.
But because you're alive, yes. So their conception on how they deal with death, their meaning in life, death anxiety. I mean, meaning and purpose, identity, as well as isolation, freedom, overwhelm, like the way Jean-Paul Sartre talked about it, like
Oh
choice
yeah.
paralysis and FOMO and all that. Once you have all those worked out, and your spiritual beliefs and like who you want to be, your goals, you have the life coaching, you have the whole, all your framework set up like that. Once all those have been taken care of, I imagine that in most cases the sexual identity won't be as much of a problem. But that's an assumption. There could be exceptions to that.
Right, but like that's to view things like on a linear timeline, so to speak.
Well, so
Right?
not so much linear. I'm thinking more like priority based. But I mean, again, this is incredibly subjective because people's sexual identity it's more important to some people than it is to others, right?
Well, exactly. Like, my sexual identity is not as important to me because it's the norm, right?
Right.
It's in accordance with what society expects from someone, with my biology, let's say, right? And I might be, I mean, I know I have a lot of privileges, right? So I'm in a dominant position in many cases. Um, and I don't have to think about these things because it's not being called into question very often, right?
Right.
Like, if well, I'll give you an example from the other day. I like sparkly things, so I had my sparkly Crocs on
Oh,
at
you show
work.
me your Crocs.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you saw. So like they're really sparkly.
Mhm.
Um, so I wore them to work, and this really like tough, like firefighter, police officer type guy, uh, was like making passes on me being feminine, and it was he's an older guy, so I understand that there's a generational divide with that, right? He had a very narrow concept of what it
Mhm.
means to be manly, But I just said to him kind of as a joke. I'm like, well, I mean, like, I have a wife. I lift more weights than you. Like, my beard is better. Like,
Right.
uh, whatever. I'd probably eat more steak or whatever. So it was just like, in every way, I was more, masculine as we tend to identify it. But because I had
Right.
the sparkly shoes, he was really latched onto that, right? Because he saw that as feminine, and
Mm.
you know, it to me it was just silly, so I was having fun with that. But it got me thinking. Like,
It's
that's
against
the
the
work
norm.
I really have to deal with as far as my identity, gender wise, right?
Right.
Um, as far as like an external conflict, so I don't really have to think
Yeah,
about it
people
too
weren't
much.
addressed to, like when I was in my youth,
Right.
or I guess like 20 around 2021. I wasn't like into it, but I mean, I had a few friends that had dresses, and one of them gave me one of them, and I wore some a few days, and it was
Right.
like summer, and it feels amazing, especially as a man, to wear a skirt. I won't go into detail, but it's quite freeing.
Yeah. I mean, you could get a kilt, right? I mean, that's a
Oh yeah,
man's
it's
skirt,
all yeah,
right? But I mean, what? I don't know the difference,
yeah.
right?
I mean, I think the argument coming from the right, or just the people that are opposed to this, is that that wouldn't be as high up on the priority list, or it would be like they want to see your accolades and your achievements first before they see your gender, I
Right.
guess. And the
But I
same
don't
is
think
true for
that's actually.
disorders too.
I don't think I actually believe that though, because what we know from just bigotry in general, people will latch on to what they identify as your identity, and they will see that
Right,
before they look at your accolades, right? Um, and this is just bigotry in general, right? You know, like uh, a man in power might see a woman, and um, you know, I guess he would have, let's say he had power over her because it was her boss or something like that, um, right? He might not look at her as favorably as her male counterpart, right?
right,
Even if they have the same accolades, right? And that's a basic example, but that's just human nature, it seems,
right.
right?
I mean, I've noticed this, and like I'm trying to stay separate from it. I really don't have opinions either way. I just want to respect people, and I want to help people, and come from a place of
Right,
empathy and kindness. But one thing I have noticed is the people don't like advertise this as my gender, although people do get, like, the term is butthurt about it.
right,
I
right,
think
right,
that's a good description. Like, if you don't acknowledge um, the pronouns correctly, if you call them the wrong pronouns based on their appearance and all that. But there's also a trend that's going around on social media where people will identify with a disorder to the point that they'll put it right after their name, or like to make up a name. I've seen this exact title, but I'll replace the name. Autistic Alan, or ADHD Andrew, or whatever. Like right in the very name. So I'm wondering where that's cropping up from. I'm wondering what. I mean, I think it's the Misery Loves Company thing. I think it's people like the signaling. Is it virtue signaling? That's not really like a virtue, but you know what I'm saying, like, this is my group. These are my people. I'm here in this group.
right. Well, there's a
Again,
lot to
another
unpack
Western.
there, but I think it is just you're seeing internet culture
Yeah.
on the internet, right? I mean, I
But I
haven't
also
had
hear it in
this.
real life, though. I see people talking about their. I mean, it's hard to say. It's hard to give like strict examples because I'm kind of drawing from lots of examples that I've seen. But to summarize, I've seen people talking about, well, this is another topic too, but talking about sadness, instead of like where they could be talking about it as sadness, they use the term minor depression, or talking about their distractions, like instantly saying that's my ADHD. Please excuse my actions. This is my ADHD doing this and all that. Or it's because
Right.
I am ADHD. It's because I am autistic, and so on and so
Oh,
forth.
sure. Well, the problem is that we just jumped around to like 10 different things.
Yeah, sorry.
There, right?
I mean,
Because
I'm
like,
seeing like correlations between these, and I'm not trying to draw conclusions. I'm noticing trends just from observation in real life, and also from the internet, and it's
yeah,
unfortunate, you know.
right, right. But like the internet really distorts things.
It's true.
I'll give example by giving you an extreme example. Um, I saw it was a clip of like Joe Rogan or something, and he was talking about how people who identify as cats in high school use litter boxes in the bathroom. And he's like, no, it's a real thing, right?
Hilarious.
Okay. So, and I'm just like, no fucking way. It's stupid. But I did see,
That's bigoted to say it's stupid. All right, right?
no,
No,
it's
I'm just
stupid.
yeah, it's pretty
It's
stupid.
stupid.
Out of
I
once
just
you get
call
out of the
stupid people
species,
stupid. But
yeah,
but I heard someone saying the exact same story about their kid um, when I was at work. Right? They have a kid in middle school, and they said, "Oh, there's a cat. There's a litter box there." And then I'm just like, okay, even if that were to happen, like if we granted that that were to happen somewhere, to characterize the whole, let's say, movement as being that ridiculous, right?
yeah, it's obviously blown out of proportion. Yeah,
Right. But they
I
put
mean,
them. But people who are bigoted people will take those two examples, like a real example, right, of someone who is trans, right? And maybe they're transitioning and they're going through stuff, and they're a kid, right? So things are already tough. Then they'll take and there's these cat people, they're right next door. They're in the other bathroom. These cat people, right? And then there's equal credence, right, to each story, and they're given equal weight, because
Right.
people don't understand that one is legitimate and one is not, right? Or one has more
Well, so
legitimacy than the other.
yeah.
So to put them side by side, right? If you don't
Yeah.
have the training, or you're just not aware of these things, that may seem reasonable, and you're going to have that reaction, right?
Right.
And
Right.
they tend to do that. And I've seen this with the whole like drag queen thing, right? They'll be like drag queens and then explosions, and you start making these like subliminal associations between the two. And I know that's a little simplistic, but they do that on the news, because this drag queen was here reading, books to kids in the
Yeah, I was gonna
library,
say, like,
right?
that one
That
case.
led there was so much violence, right? They had to
And
shoot
then
up
she
and it's just,
right.
but even though it seems ridiculous, you're inundated with this information continuously, and it does affect you. It's implicit
Yeah.
bias 101.
Unless you think about it, but when you don't have time to think about it because you're working a 40-hour week or whatever, or you're already in
Right,
an indoctrinated set of thinking, yeah.
right,
And so they
exactly.
saw it, they said, "Now who wants to be a drag queen when they grow up? Raise your hands." And I was like, "Wow, that's really, really, really bad." But yeah, that's like a one case example, and we tend to forget that. This is how news works, this is how the internet works, like you were saying. We, uh, we sensationalize things. Things become blown out of proportion really easily. But it doesn't mean that
Right.
there's not something there to be examined, though. That's also another point. Like, these things are popping up, and they could cause problems. That's why I'm still exploring the trans identity thing. The I'm trying to talk about it like the trans thing, because that also, like, what do you mean the trans thing? Like, people will say that too, and I get that. Yeah, like, it should be more normal to talk about this, but there isn't. There's contentions at the moment, and it's okay to say that, I think.
Right.
But
But I think
there's
this is going to be a problem too in general, just inherently, because we're people on the outside
right.
of that experience, and we are talking about what it means for them, right?
Yeah,
And
you
you're
can't
always going
say.
to get pushback on that, and I don't think that's not warranted, right? You know we have this idea in therapy where this is kind of like we call it like constructivism, right, or constructionism, where it's like these ideas are negotiated between the therapist and the patient, right? So what I mean by that is, if someone tells me that they're having, like, as a woman, they are having a hard time at work, right? Um, I want to know what that hard time is and how their identity shapes their experience, right? How
Right.
they view how their identity shapes their experience, right? I am there to help them, but I'm not a woman. I haven't been through their experiences,
Yeah, you can never
right?
truly know.
You never truly know. So I need to not act like I'm an expert on how a woman should deal with this situation, right?
Right.
I I need all the information that they could give me on their experience, right? There are
Mhm.
things that I'm sure I could help them with, but to say that I have the answer would be ridiculous, right? And
Yeah, yeah.
and that's more of an obvious example, right? But I think we could tie that in with any of the mental disorders, or any of that too, right? I don't
Right.
even if I say, oh, I am a person who experiences depression, and you know, and let's say a client would say, oh, I'm depressed. Okay, depressed means so many different things, right? So I don't want to just hear that you're
Yeah.
depressed. I want to hear what that means to you. What are you sad about? What are you experiencing? What
Well, that's
behaviors
why
is
I
it
bring
leading
the
to?
exactly, yeah. I mean, that's why I
Yeah,
bring up this example that I heard, and I'm noticing, like, it's not just one person. I'll hear this trend happening in real life, and multiple examples, and I try to pay attention to that, where they'll use the term that's more extreme. At least this is what it seems like. Instead of sad, it's not just I'm sad, I'm depressed. Like, that's a level up. And yet
right.
that word is so ingrained that we'll still use that word to describe sadness when they'll just say minor depression. Well, that's sad, or you know what I'm saying? Like, there are other ways to look at this as well, but the philosophers will go at this from the perspective of seeing uh, the the big picture of the human condition and all that, and the history of humanity, and all these virtues and values and everything that they think that needs to come first. And that's where we also get some controversy there as well, I believe.
Well, yeah, but like to go with the example of depression, depression could mean more than just sadness, right? Like if I were just go the simplistic route, if I got my DSM-5 TR out and we looked at one type of depression, right? There are a bunch of behaviors that fall under that category, right? Or would be
Right.
symptoms
Not
of depression
showering,
that
not
are
getting
not
out of
just
bed.
sadness,
Yeah.
right? Like what about like a lack of motivation and stuff like that. Um,
Yeah.
and there's a bunch of them, right? Because depression, like you point out, is a very general thing and can be
Yeah,
very subjective.
I did a
For
video
sure.
on this a while back. It's the Latin origins of the word, like deep. I forget what it is. It's to depress, to have things pressed down on you. So again, going back to Becker's definition of undergoing, like the world is on your shoulders. That's what it feels like when I've been depressed, or when I've had these experiences of depressive states or prolonged states of sadness, as I talk about it. Yeah, it's pretty
Hmm.
bad. Like, you don't have motivation to get out of bed, don't want to
Oh
shower,
yeah,
don't eat. It's awful. And
yeah. I've been there too. It's no fun, but it didn't feel like sadness though, right? So
right,
I so
yeah,
this is why this kind of was pointed out too with the DSM or something like that. Yeah, it could be useful, and yeah, label can be important, but the label itself does not describe, right, your entire situation.
Yeah,
So
that's exactly, that's so important to note, but I think that's what's neglected. I think
yeah,
that that message isn't getting through.
right. So let's say a client says, "Oh, I'm depressed." I want to know exactly what they mean
Mhm.
by depressed. And again, that may be accurate, and maybe it's helpful for them to put a word to their experience, right?
Yeah,
Maybe I can
but then
help
they
them
say
get
it.
better words to describe their experience. Maybe that could be
Right,
something we do, right? But either way, I want to break down what it means for them to be depressed, for example, right?
right.
Give
Their
me some
experience.
details, because like you said, maybe they're not depressed. Maybe there's something else going on, right?
Right.
I know in like existential therapy practices or outlooks, um, you may be not have something medical wrong with you. Like you may be depressed just because your life sucks and you're in a bad situation.
We'd like to think that would be the majority of cases, and so
Oh,
there's
for
arguments for
sure.
the to say that that's like the ableists, or the gurus, or the self-actualization enthusiasts, whatever you want to call them, will say it's all like that. They'll say it's all this current condition that you're experiencing, and none of it is genetic, none of it is
Yeah, we know
exogenous to
that's
your
false. So it's like this all or nothing thinking is not good, and that's why we do have to ideally spend time with people and really dive into what that means. How does that look? Um, how does maybe this label they have? How does that influence the way they view themselves? Other people view them. Um,
Well, you can see it, man. People say I have depression, and I think like
yeah,
that should make your ears perk up. Like, as a therapist, I mean, for me, that certainly does. When I hear people say I have this condition, or I am bipolar, I am a bipolar individual, I identify as a schizophrenic, and like that's reinforcing every day, every time you say it. And that, I mean, I really want to push on this point. The If you study Wittgenstein, you study linguistics, if you study the biology and the evolution of speech, it is incredibly reinforcing. Every time you say the word, it reinforces it. It creates like priming. I don't know if you've heard of these concepts, like
right.
linguistic scripts and linguistic priming. The more that we say a word, the more it, like the words that come before that and the sentences we say before that are also stored in our memory. And then that word is attached to that concept, and then that's attached as a new node. So it's like
Hmm.
you're applying the concept of depression lots of different nodes around the brain every time you repeat it in different contexts. And
Right.
so there's so many subliminal, subconscious reinforcement mechanisms going on there that it's extremely dangerous. And that's a big part of my worry. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. But
because I did
you.
that. Like, I talked about, like
Mhm.
we described with the OCD, man. and central language processing disorder, both of those, they destroyed my life for a few years, especially central language processing. I didn't speak for a whole year because that was me. Like, I was a central language processing deficient person, or however you want to talk about it.
Sure. Yeah. Well, we talked about like CBT and how you would kind of look at, you know, the helpful, not helpful ideas that you have
Yeah,
about yourself. I think, and you said that was helpful to you,
absolutely. Along with
right?
psychedelics, like the
Oh, well,
microdosing
yeah, of course.
specifically helped the lesson sink in.
Right, exactly. But a big part of CBT is um, reframing. So,
Right.
right, so let's say you have a very negative self, you know, concept, um, and maybe you say like, "Wow, like I'm just a really angry person." You've internalized that maybe because your family told you that, right?
Right.
Um, I used to hear that all the time when I was a kid. You're so angry and all that stuff too.
We have anger
I
problems.
but I never felt angry, right? I felt very like passionate about things. And now I could, right,
You can direct your passions.
I could distinguish between when I'm angry and when I'm simply passionate, right? But
Yes,
the
yeah, you have
two,
the cognitive awareness, yeah, top down.
yeah, but the two were conflated to a degree where I had to unlearn a lot of these things,
Right,
right? And as I, you know, underwent a lot of self, you know, discovery activities and just dealt with normal life and learned when, you know, to express anger and when to be passionate but compassionate at the same time.
right,
You know, these are very nuanced expressions, right? And I had to learn those things, as everyone does, as I go along, right? But this association was internalized to such a strong degree that it actually made me feel angry all the
I
time
see.
when I didn't feel that I was angry, right? And that was as a teenager.
Yeah, the
And
way that we're
as
taught, man, is
yeah,
tricky.
yeah, it's really tricky, and you have to unlearn those things, and sometimes the unlearning takes a lot.
Mhm.
And
That's why I like
but
psychedelics, yeah.
well, yeah, I mean there are tools that we have to improve those things.
Yeah,
Um, so so I bring up that example because now I feel like I could be really, really passionate about, let's say, social issues and all that. And I can be angry about things I should be angry about, but I could be understanding to 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 people who do want to do better and who maybe
right.
just don't know better, right? I can make that distinction instead of just going, "Oh, you don't believe what I do, you're my enemy."
Yeah, and there are things you should be angry about. You should be angry
Right,
at the fact that women are still underprivileged against men. You should be angry
right.
about many social issues that are still being confronted today that were, and many of them were just, like, brushing past too. Like, we think that the women's suffrage that covered everything, and now women are equal to men. Well, nope. It's like Katrina, where Hurricane Katrina, where we just ignored or it was on the news for a little while, and then we thought that we fixed it, and it's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's there's so many ways to be tricked into ways of thinking. Like, the ways that we are taught to think, so unconscious and so absorbed without our noticing until we're taught these strategies. And a lot of the conservative friends that I talk to, well, I don't have a lot of conservative. I have one conservative friend that I talk to about this issue, and he'll say, well, he's kind of like a free will absolutist. Like, he thinks people have a lot more free will than most other people do, or most psychologists do. Yet he has a
Okay.
psychology degree, which is interesting. He's a bachelor's in psychology. But yeah, the idea is that people can just figure this out for themselves. And dude, I've talked with this guy probably 50 hours in total about this one topic, and he won't budge on it. But it's which also shows me how deeply ableist people can be naturally. Like, they can. There's one of the logical fallacies on my poster here, the false equivalence fallacy. Uh,
Mhm.
Incorrectly assuming that because one person possesses a certain ability or characteristic, everyone else should too under similar circumstances. Not all brains are the same. Your
Right.
ability to have free will and your ability to do cognitive executive functioning is going to be very different than somebody else's. And a lot of that was taught in your youth too.
Right. Or you're just born with a certain set,
Or you're
that
born
has
with
an
the ability.
influence too, right?
And that's where you get the neurotypical distinction versus the neurodivergence. You were born with a typical brain, and I'm born with a broken brain. And yeah, there's a lot of that too. I mean, I see memes exemplifying this. I also see people talking about it as well. Just if you pay attention to the way that people talk about themselves for a good amount of time, sometimes you'll hear it where people talk about themselves as beholden to the condition, and there's nothing they can do about it. Which is, I mean, that's like the way that I'm researching this and starting to realize as well is the more that I look into the way the brain seems to conserve energy and the way that it conserves metabolic function, there's plenty of reasons why the brain would take the path of least resistance and would latch on to any labels that would give it an easier time in life. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
I now have the label of depression, and you must accommodate for me for that. I'm going to need an extra day off of work because of my anxiety issues, boss, so on and so forth. We're seeing this now. Like, we're just seeing like the scratching the surface of this. Some people would say it's probably going to get worse in the future. Some people would say we're nipping it in the bud. I don't really know how to feel about it. I've seen cases where people will call it at work for disorders, and I'll see cases where people will say they're taking a mental health day, and what that mental health day consists of is staying in bed all day and scrolling on social media. So literally everything that's wrong with mental health, or sorry, exacerbating mental health conditions instead of like what you would normally do on a mental health day, just exercise and go out in nature, and go hiking, or so on and so forth. The
Right.
like we self-victimize ourselves without realizing it, and the angle that I'm trying to come at this from is the determinist angle. Like, I'm sure you're hearing the language that I'm using. This is wholly deterministic in nature. This is what a brain does when given such opportunities. When given the language of an easier path, unconsciously the brain will start doing. And I'm sure you realize about how much we talked about it too. I'm pretty heavy into this belief that determinism is the case, where we really don't know what we're saying the majority of the time. Like, I mean, right now, I'm very little cognizant of what I'm saying. Like, I'm trying to
Sure.
predict ahead and like present myself well because we're doing a podcast and all that. But most of this is coming from things I've talked about or heard in the past.
Right. I think my challenge here, as I'm hearing it, is does every person who gives themselves a label for their mental disorder or their condition, are they defeatist? Are they taking the path of least resistance? Are they doing the negative thing?
Well, that's exactly what I mean. They're like that person. They are not doing that. That's just what brains do. You see what I
Well,
mean? Like, they're not
right,
cognizant
right.
of the
Well,
majority of the time. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, I guess separate from the whole determinism, um, free will debate, right? Right. Is having a label um, of depressed um, always a bad thing, or would it lead to negative behaviors in all cases?
Hmm. Well, not in all cases, of course, but as that's an absolute. But hmm, that's interesting thought, man. I mean, it's not like I would certainly see it as not as beneficial as prolonged sadness or prolonged depressed state. Like, I like to talk about disordered states as opposed to disorders, mental disorders or mentally disordered state, because that allows you to consider it as something that you might get over or you might learn to live with. Again, trying to avoid the ableism there, saying you can just get over everything and you can just completely be neurotypical eventually. Maybe you can learn to form a better relationship with your mental condition. Specifically, the condition that your brain is in now might be in a better condition in the future. It doesn't have to be a mental condition or mental disorder. You're experiencing a current disordered state.
Right,
Um,
right. But like, couldn't you say that if you're sad all the time, right? Like, I am experiencing sadness constantly. I don't want to say depressed because that's really negative, right? But I
well,
am
you're a
sad all
severe
the time.
depressed state, yeah.
But however you refer to it, because I agree that language can be important for sure.
Yeah,
But I think that it's easy to give it too much gravity because if
that's what
even if
CBT
I
does. Yeah,
yeah,
That's what
like
people
even
complain
if I
about with
said
CBT. Like that's the main criticism of CBT is that it's too linguistic. Yeah.
right, exactly. And again, I think that's a good tool, but this is why there's more than one, you know, uh, modality,
Right.
right? For getting some therapeutic result. Um, but if I was just to say that I'm sad all the time, I don't think that would necessarily fix the problem because either way, it sounds like you're dysregulated, right? Because when
Well,
you're
that's
in
a much better way to say it too. Like if you tell yourself I'm dysregulated, that's the action language. Like I guess that's what I'm trying to get at. It's not really like
mhm,
CBT because I've taken all these other courses, ACT and RABT and religious
right,
trauma and IFS and all that. I see the conception of the identity here is also a big part of this. So if
yeah,
we're saying I'm experiencing this currently, I'm in a disordered state, or um, I'm in a state of dysfunction. What can I do to
mhm,
become more functional? Like any of the language or actions that allow for you to start actuating on yourself, or like start moving towards a better self. Whatever can do that is best. And so I don't really see like telling yourself that you are a depressed individual or I have depression. Like that's again, I mean, like you make a good point. It's not all about language, but there is. I do see the correlations of where people stay depressed because they're using the language of, or a big part of it is because they're using the language of "I have depression" or "I am a depressed individual," and there's something wrong with my brain, and
right.
it's like
But I
broken
think
brain
also
syndrome. Mm.
on the flip side, there are cases of people who they're like, man, there's definitely something wrong with me. I'm not able to do this or that, and everyone's just picking on me because I don't want to hang out with them, and my family's
Right.
annoyed because I'm not cleaning up after myself, whatever it is. And you might suggest to them like, you sound depressed, right?
Yeah.
Like, and in severe cases, like people might need to be medicated, right?
Yeah, they're severely in that state, and
If they're severely,
they
right?
might
And again,
even they might even need
I don't
that.
like to. I'm not a big like medication type guy.
Oh,
I
yeah.
actually was very much turned off from the medical world because I was pre-med and I wanted to be a doctor a while ago, but
Good. I
I
didn't
saw
know
a
that.
lot of problems there as well. And now I'm studying mental health. I see how like psychiatry has a lot of issues, right? And that might be a
Yeah.
whole different discussion
Oh, yeah.
there. Right, yeah, yeah, yeah. I feel very strongly about that, so we'll definitely have to touch on that. But,
Yeah.
yeah,
What's the
but
point that we intervene? Yeah.
yeah, like, where do we intervene, right? But maybe, having that label gives words, right, to an
Right.
experience, and then we could derive actions from, having someone, not necessarily have the identity, but having a language to describe their symptoms and to realize that what they have is a legitimate concern, and then we could form an action plan to start working on that, right? So this is more of like a nuanced, multi-step approach to
Right.
treatment, and this is just one example, but I could see it playing out that way. Matter of fact, I think it happens like that a lot.
Hmm. Yeah. I've seen a lot of the reinforcement of the label with people using it to identify with a certain group. Again,
Hmm.
unconsciously, like the people aren't doing this naturally. It's what brains naturally do. They gather together with other similar tribes. And I mean, maybe I haven't been looking for it enough, but the way that you're presenting it, like the person says, I have depression, uh, and I'm willing to use all the resources at my disposal to no longer have depression. I haven't seen too much of that, uh, or I am a depressed individual. Like so, but the way that you present it is that it gives this language for people to feel more comfortable with themselves and start working towards something. Because once you have that word, be it a label or not, that word can bring you to the DSM or bring you to therapy techniques online or whatever, where you can start working past it. When I talk about this online with people that identify as autistic, I use that term specifically. They identify as autistic,
Sure.
and when I've tried to give like a very nuanced, careful warning to people just to be wary of the labels that you'll use because you can unconsciously absorb them and they can reinforce and make things worse. I'll get two sets of responses, some from the encouragement side, like the gurus and the ableist conservative and all that, and also like genuine people that are like can be very harmful. Be careful. And then there's also the people that will say, this is a language that's giving us, it's giving us a home. It's giving us a group of people where we can indeed feel comfortable around each other. Now, they don't use the term reinforcing or misery loves company or anything like that. That's my language, but they will say this gives us a place of comfort. It gives us a place of inclusion, um, acknowledgement, and verification and validation of suffering. We talk about that a lot too, like validating and accommodating. And there's also another issue that's coming up in this crowd is people will say, you have no right to tell me otherwise. You have no right to tell me how to identify. That's right. I totally agree with that. But that can also be taken too far. Like you can't tell me what to do, no siree, and all that. We have the individualistic conception, and I mean, the more I look into this too, the deeper it seems to get is now like rabbit hole wise, but just like since the branching of Western and Eastern ways of thinking, the individual as part of the group is very deep set into Eastern ways of thinking, and the individual as alone in their mission or just seeking for resources to accommodate their individual experience, that's much more enforced in the West, and that's kind of exacerbated over time as these two ways of thinking have divided. So especially just very recently, like in the past couple of decades, where there's like the postmodern issue where like there's lots of ways to think about postmodernism, and I don't like the way Peterson talks about it, but
Well, he just has it wrong, so yeah.
yeah, exactly.
It's like he never actually read it. But
Yeah, I mean, there are postmodern conceptions where like literally from modernity, when we had things figured out with religion, or not figured out, but we were comfortable with our identities because those identities were presented to us from on high. Like anytime we had to consider what we were supposed to do in life, what's our purpose and meaning, and like death anxiety and identity and isolation and freedom overwhelm, like all of this were covered. Well, maybe not the freedom one for so much, but the like all those existential givens were covered by the church. Now the church is no more. Now we're in secular chaos because science came along and ruined everything. Nietzsche said, we've killed gods. We killed God, and we can't wash the blood off our hands. We've unchained ourselves from the sun, and we are forever falling. And that's postmodernism. That's where we are now. So the West is in this deep. The West is really steeped in this because now we're scrambling for individual identity. We're scrambling for accolades. We're scrambling for identity. We're desperate to try to find something that makes us feel included without really like working to feel included with everyone, like the oneness,
right,
and like a citizen of the world, as opposed to I'm in the autistic group, or these are my people. And you'll see people use that term, like these are my people. Let me play you the song of my people. Don't with the spider or whatever.
right.
Like the memes. So I mean, there are conclusions to be drawn from this as well. Like you can go way off into theory with the way that I'm speaking right now as well. But I do see that where it creates limiting beliefs, and it creates the idea that you don't have a right to tell people who they should be and how they should behave and who they are. It's the individual's quest. It's their journey in life to figure that out for themselves. And so again, going back to Jean-Paul Sartre, existence precedes essence. There is no one true essence to what it means to be a human. You are an existing thing, and you can choose how you want to identify. That is philosophy that is describing trans rights. That's describing you being able to identify as depressed or autistic or anything that you want to identify as. And I totally get that. And I don't know where to go from there, because I see how there are ways that it can be taken, like all of these can be taken too far. And I feel like it's a result of just people being underinformed. Like we aren't taught how to think about this in school. We aren't taught any of this. We aren't taught therapy or like cognitive dissonance. We aren't taught about confirmation bias or any of the things to watch out for, like flawed thinking or logical fallacies, or psychology. And like imagine if we were taught that in middle school and high school. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But we're just kind of like thrown into this world, and we adopt the labels that we're given, or we adopt the language that's around us and the behaviors that we see of others. And yeah, I mean, there's like suicide rates have gone up, and that's a problem. A lot of that's due to the internet. Apparently, there are spikes in that since specifically when the time of the like and share buttons were added to social media platforms. So
Right, I
that's,
can see that.
but I'm just I don't know. I'm kind of afraid of the direction where that's going, because we could be teaching different. I mean, in education is what I mean. I'm afraid that education systems are just going to continue to be incredibly rudimentary and not helping people think about their essence, like think about who they want to be as an individual.
I think maybe because our society is so individualistic, um, some people might group together, right, who have somewhat similar experiences, um, maybe under a particular label, right? Like
Yeah.
if you have like your neurodivergent group or whatever, like that, maybe that's just an attempt
Oh
for
yeah.
some people to, right, to develop some sort of community, right? Perhaps in the absence of a religious community,
Right.
right? I mean that's possible. I'm not going to say everyone does that for that reason, right? But it's possible that we're seeing some of that occur for that particular reason there. Um,
Yeah.
and that is based on something more tangible than, let's say, like a god, right? Like if you say, oh, a god wanted us to meet in church on this day every week, right? Yeah, I mean that's baked in, right? They're prescribing something for you to do, and here's your community. And as long as you
Mhm.
follow the rules of the community, you have a community. Um, in the absence of that, you form your own groups, right? I mean, I play music in bands, right? We like similar music and want to make something similar together, right? Create something, and
Right. That's
we
beneficial.
group up and do that, right? And like that's kind of like my church, right? Because we practice Sunday too. Um,
Right.
so
But the
that's kind
argument
of
would be
fulfilled that
that's
role. If that's
well,
something that
the
I was missing from not going to church anymore, right? So now I
right.
have
But
that, and it
that's a
gives me
good
meaning, purpose, something to look forward to, a creative outlet, a form of self-expression, a way to regularly meet up with my friends when we're all doing adult living things, and we don't have time for each other a lot of the
right.
time. You
Well, but
know,
that's healthy. Like I would say that's a good sense of self-expression and creative expression and engagement with reality and engagement with a healthy group of people that are expressing themselves. When it
right?
comes to identifying as neurodivergent, well, so again, going back to the dichotomy thing, like I've seen people say the neurotypicals just don't get it, and I mean, I guess like that's a way to say things, but it seems extremely short-sighted to me, because that shows me that they're identifying as neurodivergent because this term has popped up. It's now available and it's become reified, and people will say that, well, that sounds like self-victimizing language to me. Again, that's not conscious. They're not consciously doing that, but
Right,
it's easy for brains to do that kind of thing.
right. Well, this is kind of what I was bringing up earlier. Do people who identify as neurodivergent or form neurodivergent groups, is that always a negative thing, right? And
Right.
I'm saying that kind of as a rhetorical question because I know many groups of people who engage in advocacy efforts, and they work for better conditions at work and to raise awareness and to teach people about this and that, and it's very productive. Like I don't want to name drop, but I do have a bunch of friends who are just real go-getters, and they're doing really positive things, and it's the opposite of victim mentality, right?
Right.
And that's given them new meaning, purpose, and hope, and um something that their
Right.
their identity is now they've reframed it as not something that's negative and holding them back, but they're beholden to that. It's now like, okay, I have
Something
this
different.
unique opportunity to do positive in the world. And so I think like anything, you have the opportunity to do negative and positive things. And
Right. Mhm.
again, if I can help encourage that, because I think that's great for healing,
Yeah.
right?
But we have to remember, like, it's a growth. I mean, I don't know how the right way is to do that, but it's to emphasize the growth mindset, I think is the main priority here. And when you start doing that, you can start sounding ableist. This is a lot of what I'm writing about too. There's so many ways to get thrown into the neurotypical ableist boot camp, or bigoted or ignorant, by encouraging the growth mindset. And in these groups, you can have it go one of two ways, or different ways, where people will kind of like reinforce that and continue through life identifying as autistic, or identifying as whatever the disorder might be, and that being an empowering situation, and then leaving it at that, like that's all they need, and then that they remain that way. And then there's the growth mindset path where it's like, this is something that we're all experiencing. What have you done to help improve on this regard? How have you seen how you're no longer identifying as autistic, or how have you seen as you're no longer identifying as bipolar? And then there's also the argument that is, or just the statement, like autism is just a different way of being. ADHD is just there's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing bad or good. It's just another way that brains exist in the world. I love that way of speaking. So why do we need to label it? You know what I mean? So this, I mean, like when we zoom out, and this is where I think that psychiatry and psychology 100 years from now will be laughing at us in the way that we think about this today. Is there are so many ways for brains to exist in the world. There are so many classifications that we could come up with in the next 50 to 100 years that we don't even know. I mean, what benefit would it do for us to try and label all of those, unless we're trying to fix it, unless we're trying to remedy it to where people can function better. So people will talk about having ADHD and they're using it to their advantage. So it's still like it is a condition that's there, and it's something to be worked around, as opposed
Right.
to just way of brains existing in the world.
Right. Well, that's my exact point. I mean, how do you want to identify with that, right? How do you want to interface with your identity? What do you want to do about it, right? I mean, if
Right.
I wouldn't see if someone, let's say a client comes to me and they say, I'm autistic. I wouldn't say, oh, well, you better engage in advocacy efforts to fix that, right? Because now I'm calling it a problem for them, right?
Yeah,
It's
like
not
you
my
need to get therapy. Yeah.
right. Yeah, like, why
Okay.
would I would never say it. That's like even saying that now has just felt so like ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
I would never do that. So that's what I don't think there's any ableism there at all, right? It's not inherent to acknowledging that someone has an identity of that or an experience of autism, right? Um,
Right.
where do they want to go with it?
Well,
Is this something
yeah.
that's causing them problems? Are they grappling with it? You know, okay, let's talk about that. Do they want to do something positive? Do they want to, find a new friend group or something like that? Okay, we could work on that, right? It's very much that's why I say it's driven by what a client wants,
Right.
right? Like what do you want to do? And again, that's just my view as a therapist, right?
Well, then we have the problem of like so this is where it gets really tricky. They may not know what they want, and what they currently want might not actually be good for them in the future.
Well, that's
That's
fine.
where you get that's where you get in
Yeah,
big
but you
trouble.
just take that where it is and you explore that, right? Um,
Right.
like, there's nothing wrong with not having everything figured out. Matter of fact, there might be something wrong with having everything figured out.
That's also a big problem too, man. I think like especially in Western ideology and the analytic and the just the way that we think about having answers for everything. In fact, this is
Yeah,
this book here, The Weirdest People in the World, Joseph Henrich. This was a semi-famous article that came out a few years ago, 2020, and he wrote it into a whole book describing how we indeed have this. It's atomistic, like describing things all the way down to the atom, and this goes all the way back to the Greeks with
right.
the
Democritus.
Democritus, yes, and the idea of defining the atom, and we can classify people by the cell and by the organelle of the cell, which creates the organs in the body, which creates the
Right.
organism, and from there we can start to classify and dictate what the organism is and how it should behave and what it should do, and that's where it gets really messy. That's where psychology, I think, is still very much in its infancy. Not to talk bad about it. This is what I'm saying. We need it desperately, and these are the issues
Hmm.
to be narrowing down on. That's why I'm talking about it.
Right. But like a lot of these issues, I mean, I could even bring it back to the trans issue. Um, the I don't think we should tell people what they should or should not do, right? To assume that something is a problem, first of all, and then to
Right,
assume that we know better than they do,
right.
right? So yeah, of course there are therapists who engage in conversion practices, right, which are obviously horrible,
What
right?
is that?
So conversion therapy is traditionally it was used for homosexuality. Um,
Shit! I know what you're
Where they'd
talking
send
about.
them
Okay,
to camps and they would like shame
yeah,
people and like all kinds of stuff, right? Like that's
there are lots of suicides
explicitly
from
like
that.
outlawed,
Yeah.
right? Because it doesn't do any good.
Well, it still exists, right? There's still cases of people committing
Oh,
suicide in these camps today. Yeah.
oh my God, it's terrible, but it goes against all like ethics
Yes.
in the
Yeah.
field,
It's
right?
not
But
prescribed anymore.
but
Yeah. Yes.
right. But my point is, there are still therapists or psychologists or religious leaders, right, who use these techniques, right? So I could say the same thing about um, trans issues, right? Uh, Someone comes into therapy and they want to know what to do next, right? Um, it's very much not the job of the therapist to tell someone, oh, you need to get this procedure done and all that stuff too. Now,
Yeah.
you could probably come up with a few examples of that happening, but that is
Well,
something that's not part, right, of the profession, right? That's
right.
something that's very antithetical to what we do. And that goes back to what I was saying before, like we are not here to fix people's problems, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like so what do they want to do? And
Well, so
maybe
we're giving you the tools to fix yourself, and maybe I think the argument is that this tool is a little bit too strong. It's a little too tempting for people to, you know
well
what I mean?
well
Like,
and there's an argument for that, I'm sure. But what is it that someone wants to do? Like what journey do you want to go on? What process do you need to
yeah.
undergo to get to where you believe you want to go? Right?
That's where,
And
like,
and
the
and
life coaching comes first, I think, because people don't really know who they are. I mean, I didn't know who I was and what I wanted to do with my life until I was in my 30s, man. Like, this is the thing. I mean, I knew my sexual identity pretty early on, but for lots of people, that can change as you age as well. And so making this legal for children at the age of 15 to do, I think, is very problematic. But, I
well,
pulled up the, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was saying, like there are debates as to what age this and that, what what's the process you go through, um,
Right. Or even,
to
like,
come to go to full
15's
like
extreme, but, like, 20, I mean, even 20 or 21, like, you shouldn't be drinking at 21 either, like, making those kinds of decisions. I mean, a lot of
right,
people
right,
can
but
handle it, a lot of people can't, is what I mean.
yeah, but I think the problem here is that you can't fully safety proof life,
Right.
right?
Well, so the
There,
argument would be that, like, we should try not to create more problems than, I mean, it's, yeah, there's the nerfing the edges on reality thing, but there's also, there's accommodation that can be taken too far, and I think that this is a good
but for you to
example.
assume that it's being taken too far, right? Like
Yeah.
this is an assumption that you're making, right? But
Yeah.
if the vast
Oh, I
majority of
should
people
clarify,
who
in
transition
most cases.
don't want to transition back, right?
Right.
Is
I
that
mean,
really
in, like, in most cases, that's probably the case. There have to be exceptions with these things, I think.
right?
Yeah.
Exactly. But so we have to look at what's the best, overall solution, right?
Right.
And also, where does this person want to go, right? Like, what do they want? Again, it comes down to that. Ultimately, people have to make choices about their own lives, and some of them are risky. But this is what life is made of, right? I mean, that risky choice may be infinitely safer, right, than
Because you
choosing
might harm yourself.
to not honor your authentic self, right?
Argument
I mean,
would be that you would harm yourself later on if you didn't get the procedure done.
right, or you just live an entirely terrible life, right?
Right.
I mean,
Gender
it's
affirming,
hard
that's
for
why
us
it's called
to
gender
fully
affirming. Yeah.
understand that experience because it is so foreign,
Right.
right? It's hard to imagine that. And again, like I know for me, it's very hard to imagine because like everything seems pretty set up as far as my sexuality and gender
Yeah.
and all that stuff, right? I feel very like conforming, and I'm
Cis.
okay with that. But just to a degree, right, or have this privilege that I don't have to think about it too much.
Right. That's a
But
really good point, man. Yeah.
yeah,
I thought about that.
you
And
know,
the, like, when
but
you're coming from the, like, cis people don't get it, I guess would be the argument.
well, and
Cis.
not saying that we can't get it at all, but I'm not gonna tell people that there's a better way and you should wait until you're this age and all
Right,
that,
right.
right?
I think there is an argument for that, that there very often is probably a better way, but also this argument for people actually needing these procedures.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
for sure.
I think the majority of the cases that it is being, it's probably being. It's not that the psychologists are pushing this too far or the surgeons. I think it's just the zeitgeist, man. It's the talk of the town, and I'm going to see. I'm thinking we're going to see a trend where this is popular right now, and the next decade there'll be another thing that's popular, and
Well,
that's really. I mean,
maybe.
that's what we've seen in the past. Like we've seen ADHD in the '90s. We saw autism, and we've seen many people claiming disorders and self-diagnosing every decade for the past, like, I don't know, 70 years or so. Although it's gotten a little worse since the internet, of course, but I
Right,
think that's
but
like the tragedy, unfortunately, that we get so caught up in tradition and social
right,
comparison as well. Like we see it with teenage
right,
girls, and this in particular is more popular with 14-year-old teenage girls by a factor of it's like 1 in 4, I think. Yeah, it's like yeah, one or a ratio of 1 to 4 girls to boys that are questioning these things.
right. But I mean, questioning things and full
Yeah, well, so
reassignment, sort of
yeah,
like
there's a
there's
process. Yeah,
there's a process, and everyone has a different experience of that, right?
right. I pulled up the actual, because we talked about this last time too. I asked ChatGPT what's the actual from the DSM-5 and also like updated recommendations from the APA. What is the process for this? So before a patient undergoes gender transition surgery, therapists and healthcare providers conduct a thorough evaluation. Da 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 da. So they go through personal history and identity. How do you currently identify with your gender? When did you first realize that your gender identity didn't align with your assigned sex at birth? Can you describe your journey in discovering and accepting your gender identity? So that one's really complicated. Have you consistently identified with your current gender identity over time? That's a very important question. How do you feel about your body and your physical appearance in relation to your gender identity? That one's very subjective and can change over time. Mental and emotional health. Have you experienced any mental health issues such as depression, anxiety? That one's also very complicated, and we don't exactly know how to think about that. I think in regards to gender expression, how have these issues been addressed or treated in the past? Are you currently seeing a health professional? You cope with stress and emotional challenges? Have you thought of self-harm or suicide? And then support, it's asking about support systems. You have family and friends. You have a support group. How has your loved one responded to your gender identity and transition plans? That's a good question. Are you comfortable discussing your transition with those close to you? What kind of support do you feel you need after your transition? That's an interesting question. And then it asks medical history and physical health, understanding of the procedure and expectations. What's your reasons for wanting the surgery? That one's going to be a really tricky question. What are your expectations for the outcome? That's a really good question. Do you understand the risks and potential complications associated with the surgery? That one's extremely problematic because we don't know just yet. Are you aware of the recovery process and the time it takes to heal? That's also really problematic and subjective. Have you researched the procedure and consulted with a qualified surgeon? Lifestyle and practical considerations. You might hear my central language processing coming in actually the way I'm kind of fumbling over my words, so I'll try to clear up here.
No, I didn't notice.
Good.
So,
How will you
that's
manage your
good
daily
for you.
life?
You nice job.
Yeah, it's because I took Benadryl last night, man. I'm telling you, like when my sleep gets messed up, that's when the CLPD starts doing this thing. Not an excuse though, and I don't identify with that as a label. But
I don't know. It sounded like it for a sec. Is that gonna ruin
see,
your
that's
life
why
now?
it's so complicated. Like I'm using it as a placeholder because I believe in the future we'll have a better way of describing this, but just it's a shortcut for me to say CLPD or
Well,
central
maybe
language
a lot of
processing
times it is.
disorder.
Yeah, but maybe a
Sorry,
lot of people do that too. I mean, I
I hope
bet
so.
you.
I'm hoping
Yeah,
that's the case.
I think more people just use it as like this is just the tools that I have available to me, and I'm going to use those tools.
I think when you have the bigger history perspective, or when you studied like human history and evolution and like predictions of the future and all that, then it gives you a better perspective on how to think about those labels.
Right,
But
right. But
yeah,
like as a professional, like that's what you could help people do,
exactly. Yeah,
and we
that's
should
very
do
much
that.
the job of the therapist
I
too.
totally agree. But I don't think the label itself is inherently going to be the worst thing, you know,
Right.
for people
It's
to
incredibly
adopt.
bewitching. Yeah, I mean, it's incredibly bewitching and misleading for some people, and then other people are like, "Oh, wait, that's a label." and a lot of times that comes from therapy for them to
Right.
recognize that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But to go back to the your list before, you were like reading off is like a questionnaire essentially, right?
Yeah,
And
there's a little
and
bit more to it, but yeah.
right. But what I was thinking about as I was listening is this questionnaire is directed towards the person who is at that time looking at
Right.
right the
Right.
surgical option. But I think that it gets lost the process that occurs over many years to get to that
Right.
point, right? It's not just like a questionnaire and then we flip. And this is something that
Right.
I learned about, fairly the past year, right? About like the progressive stages where, as you notice that there's a incongruency, right, between the assigned sex and your gender expression, right? Um,
Yeah.
we start to notice that you take progressive steps to see what the solution is, right? Because
Right.
it's possible, and I think for many people that maybe just like using different pronouns and wearing different clothing, that might fix everything, right? And I think a lot of people like that's fine. And again, this isn't like a prescriptive, uh, you know, detailed idea of what everyone goes through, but it just gives you an example of like it's not just you're normal and you're getting surgery to change your life around, right?
Right.
It's very much
There's a
likened to
procedure.
the right to the like the psychosocial development process as a teenager, right? You're trying to figure out who you are separate from your parents, let's say, and a big part of that is to you know reject your parents and to adopt friendships, right? And you're
Right.
using that external mirror, right, of a friendship to help you form your identity, right? And then from there you try on different hats, so to speak, and you see which ones fit, right? And that's the process you uh, engage with in order to
And then
figure out who you are,
right.
right? So I think from what I understand, right, the process in you know gender affirming care and you know however else we call that, I think it is progressive. I think you know you try different things. You spend a long time doing this. You have therapy, right? You talk through things. You work with your family ideally, right? You get the whole community and system in place.
Right.
um,
Right.
and it's not just I'm just gonna just do this on a whim, right? It's not just like this.
It's over years, ideally.
Yeah,
I
it
mean,
should
the
be. It should be over a long period of time. And again, how long that takes, I
but if
mean,
they're
there's
if they're considering suicide, like that's where the therapist would rush, though, I would think, or the professionals would rush, or whatever you want to call them.
right. And maybe
I
there's
mean,
something else at play there. I don't want to speak for people and say this is their experience, right?
right.
But and
Yeah,
I think
you
yeah,
very much changed my thinking on this. I appreciate you expressing that because I was under that impression that it was a much shorter process. But this, so the steps and the trying on of different hats, I think that's a good metaphor.
right,
The the phenomenologist would probably say that because, and the existential psychotherapist, I guess, would say that those hats might be different later on in life. So even if it is a
right,
whole year that this person, or 2 years that they're going through this at the age of 15 or at the age of 25, even, the brain doesn't just cap off at 25. Like the brain always has neuroplasticity. It's kind of just on like a descent, but it can also change based on various factors. And the personality can change too. And that's a big part about bipolar personality disorder and all that,
right,
is that personality is meant to be malleable. And I have other questions we can get on that as well. I think that that's that's where it can get. Uh, that's very subjective, and it's hard to say what's right for a person given the conception of who they are at that time in their life,
right,
and they might be a different person later on. And so we're affirming how they feel now, but they might feel very differently later. And I think that's what we might have seen with the person that is they're trying to sue. Was it Harvard? I don't want to say it. Suing a very popular university
Right.
for doing this transition surgery and then regretting it later. They said they were persuaded by the psychologist, or just I don't think that, like, the way they talk about it was not that they were like directly persuaded. Like, it's not that the therapist was trying to be like, oh, this is the thing to do for you. I know exactly what's right for you. It's more like they were going by the book. They were going by this procedure, step by step thing, and it sounded good to them the whole time until it was too late and they made the mistake at the end, and then they regretted it later.
Sure, sure. But here's the problem though. The
Again,
media
rare
will take a
cases.
story like that and they'll be
Rare
like,
case.
"Look, you see, this is right." And I've seen straight up lies about the
Yeah.
statistics of how many people regret it and want to reverse the surgery and all that too. Um,
It's
and because
sensationalism.
it's right, well, it's because it's the normal. Like these people are just freaks. They could just say whatever they want, and they get the media gets away with it, right?
Yeah.
And the right wing media is full of this. There's so many propaganda
Mhm.
films. It's not even funny,
Yeah.
right?
The
It's
film, What Is It? What Is a Woman? Or whatever. Yeah.
yeah,
You
yeah,
said
because
I watched it. You said that was from what
well, it's
was the
from Matt
company that
Walsh, and like he's
Yeah.
known to be someone who does not have anyone's interest at heart except for uh
Well, there's a company that he works for, not a company, but like a think tank or whatever, that
yeah.
are all
I
about
thought
that.
it's
And
is it not the Daily Wire?
yeah, Daily, that's what it is.
Okay, well
So this is what I'm
that's
saying.
Ben
This
Shapiro's
is just to let
company.
you know, like, this is how separated I am from this world. I don't even know that, like, I mean, I know who Daily Wire is. I never even thought about that. I watched the movie and it made some pretty good points, but also like there's extreme bias in it. And they're all like at the very end, they're like, "What is a woman? An adult human female." And it's like total trad wife
Well,
in this
right,
corner,
right,
just
but it's
like
like
mixing up cookie batter. It's an adult human female. It's like, okay, guys, we got it. You made
right,
your
right,
point,
right. But like imagine you had just no education in this, right? And you see something like that.
yeah, it just
Like
reinforces, and it makes people. It's separating the biases. Yeah, it's incredibly toxic and
right, right. And
profitable.
like
Very
it
profitable.
well, again, it's very profitable and they're trying to sell these
Yeah.
ideas
But the
to
argument
people.
would be like one case is too many, and I'm still torn between that. Like, one death is too many when we think about, like, utilitarianism comes into play here versus deontology and all that. And I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't want people to have messed up genitalia because of the misunderstandings. Again, I think we
Right,
have a problem of early adoption where this
right,
could
right.
be
But I
better.
would argue too, if someone has like, let's say the quote unquote wrong genitalia, the genitalia is messed up, like from the get go, right?
Right.
So that's what I'm saying. Maybe this thing, has negative consequences, but again, the utilitarian side of it is like, okay, but how bad are those versus like, you know, the positive impact we could have on people,
Yeah, and the
and
suicides or the
exactly, and
self-harm.
there's no like absolute answer there. But I think what this points to is the fact that if we're going to allow people, right, to have these questions, right, and explore their authentic selves, I think we should set up the best society that allows them to make the most informed decision about what they want to do, right? So if we could give people just better support in general, if we could support our children better, right? And we could get rid of like all this negative media that's just bullshit and very harmful.
Mhm.
If we could get rid of that, we could then allow people to have more informed decisions, and I think we'll have fewer regrets than we have now, right? And I
Here's
think
hoping
we'll
now.
save lives. And so that's my argument, right? Um,
Yeah.
and just the whole transition out again, it's not that many people percentage wise, but it takes up a disproportionate amount of headspace.
Right.
And
Well, I mean, I think that there are more people that are considering this than we might realize. Like, I have a lot of
right,
friends that have gone through these procedures or are considering top surgery at least. They're currently on hormone therapy, which
right,
again, we don't know the long-term consequences of that. Hormone chemistry is also a very delicate thing. You can look at Robert Sapolsky's lectures on this.
sure,
Altering our hormone chemistry is very risky, and it's very easy to think that it's okay to do that, and also think that it's okay to, like, do hormone blockers to allow children to have time to decide. I mean, talk about like intervening on natural human biology, like the natural phases of adulthood, and like growing into yourself. I'm trying not to sound preachy, but That seems like we're really, like when we talk about science has it all figured out, and we got it, we'll take it from here. We're gonna intervene and put these chemical blockers on the person to give them a more like what we think the human experience should be like, because we know exactly how to do it. You know what I'm saying? Like it's
Well,
very
yeah,
hubristic. It's hubristic science, I guess you would say.
but it's also, I don't know if it's a good policy to presuppose that the natural way is the best way.
Exactly. The reality is red in tooth and claw. And I write about this as well. We should be
Yeah,
intervening. We should. That's what we do with society. That is civilization. That is agriculture. That is the girdling of the earth process, whether we want to call it controlling of the earth or gently using and working with the earth and using its resources.
right,
There are right ways to do it and wrong ways to do it. And I mean, we're still figuring that out too. We're still putting pollution in the air. You know?
right. But like those examples would also include gender affirming care.
Exactly. But I think that's so, like, we're so early to that. It's hubristic too, and I think that like the way Daniel Schmachtenberger, the ecologist and social philosopher, talks about it. He talks about like the multipolar trap, where we have lots of different nodes where we're kind of extremely overconfident in the way that we're taking on resources from the earth, and it's physically impossible. Like brain wise, we can't predict to the future all of the second and third and fourth order consequences of what we're going to
Right.
do, because there's just too many poles, and yeah, too many options and possible consequences. That's why I'm just like, my main message for now, at least the way that I'm understanding it, is just really be careful and really take your time and try to look at all the angles and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is a fun question. I asked you a little bit about this when we talked before, concerning body integrity dysphoria. So there's a little bit of a philosophical argument here. When people desire to have a limb amputated, it's like the sort of phantom limb syndrome, where you feel like a limb should be there,
Right.
you feel like a limb shouldn't be there. Crazy story, man. Like, not story, but like when I was in high school and middle school, I had that, or at least I was experiencing that, and I felt like this section of my pinky should be removed, of all things. I think it's because I have Poland syndrome, where I don't
Right.
have a pectoral muscle on this side of my body, and my left arm is shorter than my right arm. There's probably some kind of psychological thing there. So I would walk around through high school like this with my pinky curled in.
Mm-hmm.
Very strange, very, very strange. So if I wanted to have that operated on, I can't do that under current psychological law, under legislation in the United States, and there's no BID affirming care for me in that regard. There's no body integrity dysphoria care, but there is gender dysphoria care, but not body integrity dysphoria care.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly, I forget what you said about that, man. I'm sorry. I remember you made a good point, but how do you see that now?
Yeah. I mean, I think it just ties into identity, right? Um,
Right.
you know, there's probably like a dosage effect here.
Well,
I
I was
guess
like
is the way to put it.
17, 18 when I was thinking about that.
Right. No, but I mean more like what what impact does this have on your life, right? And it's not to minimize
Well,
or
yeah,
maximize,
it would have
you
messed
know,
up my guitar playing, because the way I play guitar is by using my pinky to, well, certain techniques I use for guitar is to like keep the pinky on the bridge of the strings and use that as like a structure to work with. Same with goujing, when I play goujing.
right,
And if I'd had that affirmed, I would have regretted it later. But I really felt that that was the right thing to do then. And it would have been those years, like it would have been all through middle school and high school, 7-year period where I was feeling that way. Although it wasn't that bad. Like there were periods where it fluctuated, but you get what I mean.
right. Yeah. Yeah, it just depends on how serious that is. Um, and how
Well,
much
so
it
that no, just
affects
to
your overall life.
right,
I
right.
mean, why? Because I see what you're saying. You know, having something that you can't necessarily change back, and something that you could regret. You know, should you do that thing, right? Or should you be allowed to do that thing? I think is what you're asking.
Yeah, it's not so much the allow, it's like, are we sure that we ought to have these services in play right now, given the technology that we have and the wisdom, specifically the wisdom that we have as a species? I feel we're very much lacking in wisdom. We certainly don't teach that in school.
Right.
That's a point for Reiki Mix as well, by the way. He asks his students, where do you go for information? And they hold up their phones or a dictionary. He says, where do you go for knowledge? And they say, the university or my professor. And then he says, where do you go for wisdom? And he's met with silence.
Well, yeah, but like that's just that example. It's almost like Jesus's parables, right? They're kind of set up that way, right, for effect. But
Well,
I could easily see people going, "Oh, well, I'll go to my priest. I'll go to this guru. I'll go to my grandfather. He's really wise."
Well, that's specifically what we're not doing now, because we're in postmodernism. We can't go to our priests anymore. Saying this very generally, for the secular community that's growing so progressively.
Right. But the
So they
answer is
turn
not
to
to
the
blame
therapist.
postmodernism. The answer is to have better authority figures and people you could trust, and you know what I mean, and
Exactly.
setting up better secular communities, right? So
Yeah.
that's that's where I'm going there.
We don't have the church, but we do have groups, secular churches. But yeah, we're
And that's
still
cool
figuring
if
that out
people
too.
want if you want a church format, like, but you're secular or atheist or non-theist, that's cool. You can go to that. Like, I don't like that format at all.
Right.
Right. That's not me. But I have so many good friends, such a good support system. I have so many interests, and so I'm not lacking any of those things. So so I wouldn't use that. But some people they love that. Some people have such great memories of being in church, but they just don't believe in a higher power, let's say, and they want to go to their universalist church or whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
I think
So
where we saw like people going to the priests, like you mentioned, they would go to the priest for advice in the past. Now we're going to the professor, or we're going to the therapist for advice, and then we get the whole ultimate rescuer complex developing in both of those
right.
cases.
But I think the idea with secularism in general is right. Like, we could build a better world based on not necessarily hard science, but on ideas that are vetted in a better way than God just dictated them to you,
Yes,
right?
absolutely.
So that's my argument for secularism, where it's like I would rather go to a therapist, and I know I'm obviously biased, but I'd rather go to a therapist to get information than from a priest, because while a priest may have some very great training and great experiences and a good head on their shoulders and all that, I'd rather go to someone who's spent their life studying things and had peer-reviewed work in
Yeah,
there, and
I can totally get
stuff
down
like
with
that. Not because I think peer review is perfect, but I think it's the best system
that. Yeah,
that we have,
it's the best we
right?
have for now.
It's the best we have for now. The scientific method, I think, is the most consistent way to come to good, reliable knowledge or facts or truth or
Yeah,
whatever.
I tend to agree. It's certainly way better than what we had in the past, and that's how I tend to side on things. The one comment to be made, I think, is that the science does not account for the existential givens, and that's where existential psychotherapy really comes into play, and has still been in contention for the past 70 odd years that it's been going around. It's honestly like, if you look at the history on this, it's been a wonderful exploration over the past year. The conversation between existential psychotherapy and traditional psychotherapy and accommodating therapy, if you want to call it that, uh, that is very prognostic and pathologizing, correctly pathologizing, and also over pathologizing, and analytical and all that. The philosophers have been contending with that for a long time, and some of the philosophers, like say Thomas Zaz, Szazs, the way he would describe it is from the ableist perspective. There's a book written against his book. It's Szazs Under Fire, actually, that I still have yet to crack open. But the arguments he made were, it's all growth mindset. It's all ableism. You can get over anything. And there's philosophers that say, and all of that is like existential conditions, like the existential conditions of life. That's what's contributing to the large majority of disorders. Very little of it is genetic. And they're saying once we take care of all of those, then people wouldn't have all these problems to begin with. And then, but you can't science that. You can't have you can have a philosophical methodology for that, and you could have really cool sounding words around that, but you can't measure all of that. It's very hard. You can do studies on, like, is this country happier than this country, and all that, but it's kind of hard to get at that where we are now. But I
Right.
guess I could ask, this actually brings into the question here, does instilling wisdom come before the accommodation of feelings?
Um,
It's a weird
what do
question.
you mean by that? Just so I'm
Yeah,
answering it
so
in a way
I
that's
kinda just wrote it
suitable.
down. Uh, so the instilling of wisdom, I kinda left it vague a little intentionally there. The Does instilling wisdom come before the need to accommodate for people's feelings? So if people are wise, well, what does wisdom mean? Of course, that's already problematic, but there are
Right.
ways that people can be wise where they can realize what's most important in life, and then realize that life has its harshness, and a lot of that harshness is good for us. A lot of those struggles and adversities are good for us. And then there's the adversity averse way of thinking of things, where we are kind of accommodating for any feelings that we can for multiple reasons: compassion, empathy, sympathy, validation, accommodation. All of those are wonderful aspects. There's also money. There's also the profit margin where we see big pharma involved in this. And I'd like to see more wisdom pushed towards this. I'd like to see more wisdom instilled in our communities. But yeah,
Hmm.
I guess that's what I mean by that.
Well, so I think when you talk about like education, like I would like in our education systems to spend more time doing, self-reflection and conflict resolution and, debate. Like that should be like debate in particular, like needs to be in schools, right? I mean, I took a debate class in college, but it's like I never learned how to like steel man ideas and how to actively listen and to grant ideas temporarily, so that
Well,
way
that's
we
a
can, you know.
not to interrupt. But that's a conservative argument that's going around right now, is that the universities aren't allowing differences of opinions. This They talk about DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, as if it's something horrible that everybody's just adhering to, as there's this one structure of exactly how DEI should be done, and then all the universities are doing that, which is incredibly blowing things out of proportion too. Michael Shermer makes a note of this as well, the Skeptic magazine, that that's very blown out of proportion as well. Most of the colleges are just normal universities and colleges, but, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. It's hard to know where the line is. Like, we don't we don't really know where that is, but we do need to encourage more open discussion. And there are universities popping up. Some of them are in Texas and other states where they're trying to encourage that open discussion and challenging of opinions. And indeed, this used to be the way things were. This is how
Mhm.
universities have been for all time. And so the conservatives are arguing like this is a whole new postmodern issue that's coming up recently, where uh, they're trying to tell people how to think instead of teaching them how to think for themselves.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, conservatives are like a huge offender of that principle too. I mean,
Exactly.
it's like projection at this point.
Yeah.
Um, like, I was just talking about this with my wife earlier. Like, they're conservatives are quick to say, well, even if I disagree with the KKK, I respect their right to say what they want, right? And
Right.
which is ridiculous, right? Or a Nazi or whatever, like not good.
It's
But
adherence to rules to too strong of a degree.
right, but they don't extend that same freedom to like, oh, Colin Kaepernick, taking a knee in the NFL, right?
Exactly.
It's just like because that's somehow worse,
Yeah,
right?
that's how you can tell is the
In
visceral
action.
response. Yeah, there's the group identity, and then there's like the subjugation of adhering to a particular way of thinking, like a logically consistent way of thinking, and a belief system. And there's another book to be written on this too, of just how belief systems play into politics and how they have for all time, and how they're
Oh
playing
yeah.
into the way that we think about things now. Yeah, it's very unfortunate. Hmm. Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about applied psychology in general. So DBT is really interesting, man. Like, I'm just starting on learning this myself, and we talked about how you have these kind of like, you stay aware, there are little neurochemical bumps in your consciousness that you can kind of latch onto in order to propel yourself to your next daunting task. It's not like saying screw it, I'll just do it. It's more like heck yeah, I'm going to do it. Like
Right.
this is a thing. Like I'm motivated for this. So an example of how I've noticed this affecting my own life is when I'm about to get out of bed in the morning. Like I'll wait for that moment when there's like a thought in my head or some kind of neurochemical bump or whatever to do that, and then I'll propel myself and like stand up immediately out of bed. And I think there's some parallels for that. There's some legitimacy to that way of, you can form a whole therapy around that, and I think that's what DBT is trying to do. It was it's like there's a term, uh, radical action or something. I forget.
Acceptance.
Well, no, not radical acceptance. It's I mean, I'm certainly that's part of it as well, but there's this kind of like latching onto an initial impetus, and it's opposite action. Is
Okay,
that
I
it?
would say opposite action's the other one, where it's like you always do one thing and it's not leading to good results, right? Just do the opposite, see what happens. With
Right. And it's like people say like that sounds so easy, like just do it. And
no,
then people are like, well, it's not that well, so there is that little area, there is that little space, like the way Carl Rogers talked about between stimulus and response. Sorry, Viktor Frankl,
right.
and that's your free will. That's that area, and that free will is very fleeting. As determinists, this is something that's kind of like a moving window of opportunity, if you want to look at it like that, or just these momentary blips of real salient agency where we can take hold of that agency and then have that propel us to what we need to be doing. Very much the opposite of what we would normally do in that case.
Yeah. Well, I mean, any not just DBT, but CBT or any of these, therapeutic modalities, they're just giving you some alternate, frameworks to work within or some new ideas to experiment with. Sorry, I'm just plugging my phone in.
Right.
You know,
That's I was going to say that's very much like mindfulness and CBT based, where you can consider a certain quote or a motivating idea. Like this is how CBT worked for me. I remember concepts and terms really well, and one of those terms will come up in my brain, and that acts as like symbolic meaning. Like there's so much symbolism in this as well, and that hits us in an instant, and then we can like run with that when it hits.
yeah. Well, another one thing that I've been exposed to recently is like play therapy. And
Yeah.
play therapy is really cool because you could actually like represent an idea in physical space, right? And let's say I took, like this. We'll just say this is a doll right here, right? And this is how I feel about authority figures, right? This could represent the head. And it's like, oh, and this is someone who has a problem with authority, right? Maybe I'm kind of depersonalizing it, because I could say, oh, this is me, right? Because I have a problem with authority, right? But
Right.
now I have this actual space that I'm operating within, right? And I know that this represents me, but I'm here. So there's a level of separation. So this allows me to take a more external perspective,
Right.
right? On how I may feel about authority, right? And because they're representative, I could manipulate them any way I want, and the practitioner could help me work through these ideas, right? You know, someone who's experienced in that might say, okay, why don't you try flipping them around, right?
Hmm.
Like, now how do you feel about them, right? Or maybe what if you took the one that represents you and you put it on top, right? Like, now you have
Right.
complete control over that person, right? They're stuck underfoot now, right? Like, what are you going to do? They're not a problem anymore. They're out of the way, right? You have the upper hand, right? So I'm able to take these abstract ideas and I'm able to, give them some sort of spatial weight, and it just breaks up
Yeah.
the whole
Almost.
way that I conceptualize things, right?
That's
So
interesting. You use
now
that
they
word
could get,
weight. Yeah.
yeah. I'm getting new insight into my own life, and the therapist working with me also can see how I place things and how that affects things, right? And that gives them new avenues to discuss certain solutions or ways of looking at things or whatever, right? And I know that was
Right.
just super general, but
No, that's awesome.
that's an
Yeah.
exercise that totally shakes up the way that you look at things.
Hmm.
So
Heck yeah,
Yeah, there's
man.
all kinds of
That's
people get creative too.
It's like the symbolism involved in that is so deep. And you use the term weights there too. That reminded me of how that works with large language models and artificial intelligence, how they have certain concepts, if you want to call it like that are weighted heavier than others. And
Hmm.
maybe we could have some kind of therapy for them to train proper weighting in their cognitive architecture, if you will. And that's also very interesting, symbolism, just to go on a little tangent.
Yeah.
I've really been thinking about symbols with like that applies to all creatures. If you really want to extend it down to even bacteria, they have a symbolic conception of food means more life. Food means good. I will go to good smelling food.
Hmm.
You know, and our dogs, we train our animals based on their symbolic representation of what this particular toy means and this particular action means and this command means, and they draw meaning out of that. So meaning structures being built on symbolic representation permeates all species, not just humans. So that working with that is the job of the therapist. That's what therapists are trying to do, and that's what a lot of ignorant people will make fun of as well, because what that looks like is play therapy using things like you would with a child or something. And that's how we, like the way I talk about it, it's kind of whispering to the subconscious mind. Like this is what meditation does. Meditation is cheesy. As mantras are cheesy,
Right.
but it works because you're whispering to the subconscious mind in its symbolic meaning way of organizing itself. And that activates in your subconscious, unconscious, whatever you want to call it. And eventually that reaches your conscious mind. You start taking action on it.
Yeah.
So that's a hard conception to like get past to some people when like they shy away from it because the practices look so, again, they're all very much also unmeasurable. Like it's really hard to measure meditation. It's hard to measure play therapy other than from the results that come afterwards, you know? Yeah.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. A lot of it's like phenomenological.
Yes.
How are people, perceiving the work they did there, you know? But a lot of it too is just doing something different, right? I mean, it's almost like opposite action. If you're trying to run at problems by sitting quietly in meditation and you're not making any progress, go play basketball, right?
Yes.
Like do that. I mean, you have no clue what something like that could lead to.
Oh, the amount of problem solving and cooperation and interaction with other people and like team sportsmanship,
Yeah.
there's so much good from that, and therapy and sports too. Yeah,
Yeah, so
absolutely.
like,
Yeah.
that's a good way to teach kids, but of course, if you have an abusive coach, right, and parents who are living vicariously through their kids, so they're overscheduling them and yelling at other kids at games, right? It defeats the purpose of those things too, right? But you know,
Yeah, that's true.
but we
Well,
have so many models for having people acquire wisdom or just cooperation or how to lose or win properly,
right.
you know.
I hope we figure that out better. And there's also like the problems of participation trophies, but that doesn't really concern my work. Um, so
Yeah.
I wanted to ask, what are the risks and rewards of radical acceptance, and how does this play into DBT, dialectic behavioral therapy?
Yeah, so I ran it by my wife earlier because she loves radical acceptance. She like probably brings it up 10 times a day because when she discovered it, it helped her life so much,
Heck
and she
yeah.
finds ways to kind of work it in to her therapy sessions. Of course, when appropriate, but it tends to work really well for a lot of people. So basically, with radical acceptance, the high level here is that you're just going to completely admit to yourself that this is how things are right now. And there are things that I just absolutely cannot change, and I just need to accept that I can't change them.
Right.
Right. And I'm just gonna just go with that and see where that takes me. Right. The idea behind it is that once you fully admit something, especially something that's hard for you to admit, a tough pill to swallow, um, you're able to breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that you have a big decision perhaps is removed from your plate.
Right.
You
That's
know,
like the zones of control.
yes. Well, that's a good example of that. Like, there's nothing in DBT, including radical acceptance, that's brand new, right? It's almost like a martial art. You're just taking a few moves and you're putting them together to form a particular style
Right.
of that, right? But these are ideas that have been floating around for a long time. I mean, it's very Eastern, a lot of it.
Oh yeah. Well, also Western. I mean, if I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken, Epictetus. Yeah, Epictetus was a Greek prisoner, and he wrote about this in Viridian, the locus of control. And like nobody knows that better than a prisoner, right? Somebody that's
right.
in a cell, you really get to know what's in your control, and there's so much power in that.
Well, yeah, within those confines, um, he was able to gain, new perspective, and he was able to give people who weren't prisoners perspective too, right? And then for other
Right.
prisoners, he was able to help them because he gave them a little more insight into their own experience, perhaps,
Right.
right? Which is really
Finding
cool.
peace.
He was able to turn, a bad situation and do positive with it, right? Um, So you could even say that, he radically accepted his situation and he decided to, right, take actions, not to get him out of there, right,
Just to find
necessarily,
peace of mind, like
to find
find.
peace of mind. Because sometimes you can't get out of things, and what are you going to do? You have to accept that, and I think that's a lot of what Frankel was talking about, um,
Mm-hmm.
right, and in his concentration camps. Um,
The
you,
logotherapy,
yeah, that's the whole logotherapy is, based on that.
the
What are
logos.
you going to do there? Now, while it can be really helpful, I think where this could be a problem is if you are inaccurately reading a situation, right?
Right.
So if I'm going to accept defeat when there are options for me to better my situation, which I think gets into what we were talking about earlier, um, then radically accepting the situation would not be helpful because it sinks you into fatalism.
Yeah, that's a great way to put that.
Yeah, and that's not good. So I think if you have an accurate read on what's going on and you truly have to accept something that's outside of your control and it's truly outside of your control, I think that's really important, right?
Yeah.
Um, you don't want to concern yourself with something that you ultimately are powerless because that's going to lead to these, existential problems, I will say. Um,
Right. A lot
you
of those.
know, I mean, what are you going to do?
Yeah, and that's why I think this is like the acceptance is probably the best path. ACT also gets into this well, acceptance and commitment therapy.
Right.
The like this is what the existentialists are getting at as well, and the existential psychologists are saying that given the existential givens, like what you can't change about life, there are things that we could spend our whole lives complaining about and feeling bad about and feeling unjustified and having to contend with that we just won't accept. And there are Western and Eastern conceptions to be discussed in that regard, but I may research those more before I feel comfortable talking about them.
Right, right. But just a side note there too, there's Western and Eastern conceptualizations, but there's also like multicultural factors within East and West, right?
Right.
So like one thing that's important concept in existentialism is freedom, right? And how would someone view freedom differently if they are a free person or if they're imprisoned, right? Or if like you're an oppressed group of people, right? You might view freedom differently than someone who's already, relatively free compared to that,
Right.
right? So it's important not to get like into this Eurocentric, uh, existentialism, which obviously it comes from that, in our modern sense of existentialism, right?
Right.
So it's not saying that it's not valuable because obviously, you know, these concepts of freedom and responsibility and all that they touch on every culture in different ways, but the way that those things are expressed and viewed and talked about are really important. So you have to consider those things as well, and that's just kind of a side note. But I could totally see situations where, freedom and responsibility have completely different meanings to one person or another person or a group of people and another group of people.
Right. Yeah, it's very subjective in that way.
Yeah, but it's powerful, and that's really tough. I spent a long, probably my whole master's degree, but also my business degree, my undergrad. A lot of it was talking about really what diversity and inclusion and all that means, and why those things are important, right? So when I hear right wing, talking points about how those things are just indoctrination and postmodernists and all that, and the way that they understand that term, but it's true though. I mean, if you're conducting any sort of research, if you conduct it only on one group of people, I mean, how do you know that those results can be extrapolated to another group of people, right?
Yeah.
Can you really generalize the results?
Yeah, there's a book I finished not long ago called The Crazy Like Us: The Globalization of the American Psyche. And it's all about how we've transmitted the way that we think about psychotherapy to different parts of the world over the past
Hmm.
40 years or so. And it's very problematic. We actually spread depression and our conception of depression to Japan in order to sell medications there. So GlaxoSmithKline ended up putting up presentations there, and they researched Japan and its culture and how they thought about depression and how they could advertise to people and make them think that way. And there's
Oh yeah.
also like accidental that's an intentional one. There are many accidental cases like we're in Sri Lanka. There was a flood and or sorry a tsunami, and this brought like 1,000 or so therapists over from the United States, and we ended up making the condition worse for people because they already had their therapy systems. They already had a cultural understanding of how to heal from trauma. And because it's already a war torn area and it's seen a lot of problems consistently over many decades, they have their own built in systems. And we just exacerbated things with the way that we think about it. But
Oh yeah.
it is that like paradigm where we're the best. We have the best medicine, the best doctors in the world, and that means we understand all of humanity and how the human species works. And that's incredibly hubristic.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's just marketing, though. I mean, but
Yeah. Well,
even
some of it's
the
marketing, some of it's
negative.
compassion. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but even like the negative intentional cases that we discussed, because there's a ton of them, right? It shows the importance of understanding the multicultural implications
That's right.
of things, right?
There's a big
So,
part of it, like yeah, go ahead.
let's say like, on the positive side, if we want to reach people better as practitioners and helpers, um, we have to understand how some things do not translate the way we think that they do. And it's
Yeah,
important for us to monitor these things, right? If we have the cure all, or our go to modality for treatment, and we just give that to everyone indiscriminately, right? Um, it could work, but chances are it's not going to work as well for
yeah,
everyone, right? And it may actually be harmful to another person. So we have to constantly monitor those things to make sure that we're not just like imposing our values, right, or previously, perfect ideas
right.
on
And it's like
people.
the further we examine it, the more like reinforced that becomes, the more confident we get in our science because our science is so advanced. And yet it's like the way that I'm seeing it, it's advancing in one direction, and it's not covering all the bases essentially.
Right.
For reasons that it can't. You can't cover all the existential givens and all that. So it seems that the Western conception is that personality is to be honed yet permanent. Is personality something that is fixed or malleable? When does the proper shifting and growing of personality become conditions for disorder? And what is a personality, anyways? What is a persona? These are questions.
Yeah. Well, yeah, yeah. The personality is a fascinating one. It's fun to think about, but it's almost like astrology.
Yeah,
You know what I
that's a
mean?
great,
And
great way to think about it. Well,
yeah, and that's being like, just a little silly, but it's
it's a good metaphor.
right. Well, yeah, yeah. Feel free to use that. It's fine. You can have
That's good.
it.
I will. I'll use
I
that as a
just I
metaphor.
just came up with it, but and to clarify on that point, astrology is just something fun to think about for some people. A personality can have more to it, it's hard to pinpoint what constitutes a personality. There's different ways of conceptualizing it. You have like the ocean, like the 5-factor model.
Yeah, that's so broad, man. There's so many problems with that.
I mean, there's so many problems, but again, that's you're trying to like take something that's very abstract and
Yeah,
you're trying to operationalize it, and it's not necessarily going to work that way.
yeah.
So
I think
I
like some people are realizing that, and then some people are just ignoring that and doubling down on the Ocean 5 model or
yeah,
canoe.
I mean, I'm not going to say like it has no utility, but I think it's like it could be descriptive in a way, but it wouldn't be like prescriptive, like
Yeah,
how we should conceptualize people.
well,
Maybe it gives us some sort of framework. Um,
that's what bipolar disorder is getting at. So Adam Godwin talks about this in the existential therapy courses I was taking. The argument is that if personality is to be malleable and if existence precedes essence and there's no one type of personality that's right for anyone, how can we possibly say what a bipolar disorder is? Like, what is a personality disorder? It's the way he poses the question. How can we even ask that question?
right. Well, like with bipolar, I mean, bipolar could be a little more specific than a personality
Or
disorder, right?
BPD, bipolar personality
Oh,
disorder. Um,
like
or
what
just
about
or just
like
personality disorder.
borderline? You mean?
Or yeah, sorry, what am I saying? Yeah, borderline. Like I said, man, I'm
Okay.
on Benadryl.
Right,
Yeah,
right, right. Well, it's one of those things where it's like, yes, you do have, parameters, right, that you could use in the DSM to diagnose borderline, right? Of
right.
course. But borderline is a group of symptoms and behaviors and traits that come together to formulate a general way of describing someone's personality.
So it's already, like, extremely vague, and yet people identify with it extremely
Well, well,
readily.
but I feel like there's other things in life too that are vague, but it's kind of like, oh, you know it when you see it,
Well, I'm a
kind of thing.
guitarist.
It's not an exact science, but it's like,
Yeah.
well, so let's take something like that, like a superlative, right?
Well, so I say that because I identify first as a well, I should identify first as a podcaster, but music is in my heart, and I identify as a guitarist
Yeah,
first, um, and playing music and a producer. I'm also a woodworker. I'm also a interviewer, and I'm an author, and all these other accolades, and then I'm also a man. Like there's my gender involved in that,
right.
but all of that is my personality, and
Yeah,
that changes every time and all that. Other than maybe the gender thing, but yeah, you see what I'm saying?
right, right, right. But it's like let's say, okay, so you're a man, but what type of man are you,
Yeah, yeah,
right?
exactly.
And it's like,
That's
again,
what's
that's
really important,
subjective,
right? Like,
right, right. But I can tell you someone who's more passive and someone who's more active, right? Or someone's more proactive, or someone's more aggressive, someone's more
oh
reserved,
yeah.
right? So again, I don't have like a perfect, if you do this many of this particular type of actions, then you're passive, and this many of this type of thing, you're active,
Right.
right?
Or neurotic versus extroverted versus introverted.
Exactly, exactly. But like I know someone who's exhibiting neurotic behaviors, right?
But the problem, like I'm seeing, is that people are identifying as neurotic, and they're staying with that. I mean, the worst that I've seen of this is narcissism. In fact, so it used to be that. I mean, this is so. It's happening so fast. Like these changes are happening so fast, and these labels are being taken up so quickly
Oh
that
yeah,
I feel like I have to talk about this, and there needs to be more written about this. It used to be that narcissism was an insult. Like, it used to be that you would say, "He's being a narcissist, he's being selfish and incredibly ego-obsessed, manipulative
yeah,
towards other people, and only concerned about his well-being."
yeah,
Completely Western individualistic, like, the far end of, like, what happens if Western individualism goes to its fullest extent, in my
yeah. It's just
opinion. I'm
extreme.
working that idea out. But that used to be an insult. Now you can identify that, and I see people uploading videos right now identifying as having NPD, narcissistic personality disorder, and they're making decisions about their relationships based on that. And there's one person who's identifying as NPD who is dating a person with BPD because she thinks that it's going to balance things out, and it's like
Well, yeah.
when you go to identify first as a narcissist, as a, like, this is, we were talking about the risks of radical acceptance. This isn't radical acceptance like it would be practiced in therapy. This is a kind of acceptance where people are presented a thing and they're encouraged to accept who they are as a person, which is that's a good message, that we should accept who we are, but also growth mindset, like also
Right.
transformation mindset, also wanting to become the next best version of yourself. When we talk about I am an autistic person, or I am a, maybe that's a little tentative, but I am a narcissist, what's my next best version of myself? Like that question doesn't even come up then. You're just committed to being a narcissist and a selfish asshole for the rest of your life, to put it in technical terms.
Well, yeah, but I mean, a person like that, they're pessimistic. You know,
You can change all that. Like the ideally you could change all that. Again, there's no one size fits all, and it's not like you will change from being a narcissist or you'll lose everything that it means to be a narcissist. But again, the labels that we identify with are extremely contentious.
well, and a lot of that is just because we have this like, well, definitely not literacy, but we have this mental health, uh, this boom, right? Thanks to the internet.
Right. Yeah, it's like a wave. Yeah.
Yeah, it's because we've neglected it for so long that now we're going like far in the other direction. But the problem is that we don't have experts working with these extremely nuanced cases. We just have people throwing around things that are simple and again are marketable. In a
Yeah, and
way,
that's an easy one to market because it's so common, right? Like people are,
yeah.
I
But
mean,
like,
as opposed to communal based and relational regulated communities like Henrich talks about in the Weird People book. That's yeah. I mean, he says it's like, so he says 88% of the world is relational regulated communities, and the 12% of the world is weird, Western, educated or overly educated, industrialized, rich, and democratic nations. And his point is that there's nothing wrong with any of that. It's just new, and we don't know how to run societies on that just yet.
right.
And so relational regulated communities, they're more concerned about how are my actions affecting other people? Who am I in this community? I think we talked about before how we had the sociogram where you draw out like little bubbles around on a paper and
Hmm.
connect them all, and like this is your boss, this is your family, this is your friends, this is your
Right.
girlfriend, and all that. And in the West, it's always you right in the center of that, and all everything branches out from that. In the East, most people fill out sociograms as more malleable, and your name might be over here somewhere, like So the ingrained idea of participatory, extended distributed cognition, like all of that comes into play in Eastern conceptions, and of course, there's lots of ways to generalize about that as well. But I think this is very relevant when it comes to NPD or narcissistic personality disorder.
Well, and here's the narcissism. I do have to
Just
admit, of
narcissism.
the
Yeah,
personality
shouldn't.
disorders,
Yeah.
NPD is the one that I know the most about. I find it most interesting, and it's the one that I've been in contact with the most in my life. Um,
Okay.
so luckily, it's not something that I feel like I have to deal with within my own self, which is great.
Right. Same here.
Yeah, yeah. But I think we all know people who we could describe as being narcissistic. Um,
Right. Or
there
egotistic.
Oh yeah, of course. And
What's the
there's
difference
overlap
between
too. So again,
extremes?
like narcissism is talking about like a pattern of behaviors, but there are individual like toxic traits that may, overlap with narcissism.
So,
But
okay, I was trying to pause right here.
yeah,
I
yeah.
really wanted to ask how do you think about traits? Like we used to think that traits were that genetic trait. Like you have a genetic trait and that's expressed, right? Like an expressed trait that comes from your genes. Now we're talking about disorders or personality traits. Like I've heard people use the term personality traits, and I'm still confused as to how to understand that, because when we talk about traits, it's like it's something that is from this and that's being expressed. You know what I mean? Or like from this condition, there's a trait,
Right,
but it like
right.
it's counterintuitive because it's like the genetic trait would lead to the disposition, or it would lead to the disorder, not the disorder has a trait, or not your personality has a trait. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, but I mean, I think trait in those cases are it may be a false equivalence. But they're referring to different things. Um, I
Right.
think a side point to that too, when I took a genetics class, we did a whole unit on epigenetics, and like the discovery of epigenetic mechanisms completely changed the way that we viewed the expression of genes, right?
Right.
That flipped the whole nature versus nurture on its head, right? Because with epigenetics, basically, and again, this is a long time ago when I knew about methylization and all that fancy stuff,
Right.
but basically, like, we have like a genetic predisposition. Now, the predisposition doesn't mean that we're going to have certain traits expressed, right? And by traits, I mean like I guess, like, was it phenotypes, or
Right.
the things that you could
Time to go to
see.
ChatGPT.
I know, going back to these terms. So yeah, forgive me if I'm getting them wrong, but essentially, when we have observable aspects.
That's literally the word I'm looking at right now. Observable physical properties of an organism. It's funny. Their
Exactly. So, okay,
development,
so I was right. Yeah, yeah.
business development, and
So
behavior.
right. So it's not saying that you're going to have that observable physical property expressed for sure. What it's saying is, like, you have that likelihood if a given set of external stimuli trigger that thing to occur,
Right.
right?
And so the triggering like that I don't mean to call you out on that term. I
No.
think that I'm really like sensitive to that word. I think that people are overusing that word. I mean, obviously, like the conservatives are all over this right now. There's a conservative podcast called Trigonometry,
Oh
which
yeah,
is
yeah. I
ridiculously
can't stand that guy.
so ignorant. But yeah, I mean, there is that mechanism though, and it does feel like that. It does feel like like something's waiting to be triggered. The way that Jonathan Haidt writes about this, no, sorry, he quotes somebody else, and I forget, but who said this. But it's like we're in a world full of we're a balloon full of emotion in a world full of pins.
Yeah, and that's a good way to
That's
like
how it
conceptualize
feels.
it,
Yeah,
right?
and that's like a really false. That's a false way to think about, or misleading, because we shouldn't be feeling like that's like we're just ready to break, or like something is going to just trigger this instant thing. Also extremely deterministic, and negates the idea of agency and development of confidence and actualization and all that.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, it's going to be inherently a majority um, deterministic perspective, but I think we're finding this to be pretty true, right? Some people have a higher likelihood of developing, let's say, alcoholism or whatever, right? And again, we could say
Right,
how you
right,
identify
yeah.
this or that, but we know for sure that you know there are
Dude, this is
genetic
where
components to
Sapolsky,
this.
like we both read Determined,
Yeah.
and this is where like he's really good into the root of this, and I feel so conflicted about it because Sapolsky, he's the guy that really got me into the sciences. His lecture series on
Oh
human
yeah.
behavioral
They're
biology,
amazing.
incredible. It's so
Yeah.
and funny and engaging, just the perfect teacher, and that's what actually inspired me to start writing about 7 years ago. And he he describes in determinism, or in determined, how determinism really impacts us as far as we can possibly take it, as far as we want to take it. We can
Yeah.
attribute, we can make lots of attributions, and then put those into the DSM-5. So we can say that if you have family history of alcoholism, that one's pretty easy to define, and you can say that, yeah, they're probably gonna have a harder time with addiction growing up, or if your mom smoked or drank when she was pregnant with you and all that. And of course, like adverse childhood experiences, now we have an ACE score, and I also have problems with that because it's very much like ranking based and severity based. But
Right. Right. But that was like almost a
it takes away
primitive
subject.
attempt to like describe these experiences.
Well, the argument is that if we had, say, 50, 100 years from now, we had all the science down, and we had everything deterministically to say, you had this experiences, your great great grandparents went through this, and they left this genetic pathway in your lineage, plus all of their experiences, and inherited a generational trauma, which I also believe is a very serious thing to consider. All of those will add up to you developing narcissistic personality disorder, or you developing autism, or you
It's
developing so on.
likelihoods, though.
And well, so that the probability, and I really like probability in philosophy and in other sciences, when it comes to agency and free will and the growth mindset, this is where I think it turns absolutely counterintuitive. So I tried to upload a video on this, but they wouldn't let me. Sapolsky did a lecture on schizophrenia a while back, and that's not exactly his field of expertise, but he described the condition wholly deterministically, wholly genetically, and wholly adverse childhood experience or whatever. And
Right.
I was watching this and I took notes. Like it's like every few minutes I could find a way that this way of thinking goes counter to the growth mindset and counter to development and also subjective experience and phenomenological experience and the many nuances of that, and also neurochemistry based. Like we can't say that one person's chemistry is the same as another's. We can't say what one brain type is to another brain type, and we can't say what it is to develop a personality in this person versus this person. So there's logical fallacies and philosophical fallacies that take place when we start to prioritize the sciences. And this is what I'm trying to examine at the moment. Where again, we could be 100 years in the future ahead with the technology and the sciences on this, and it may actually be worse towards the growth mindset and instilling free will. You know what I'm saying?
Right. But even to use Sapolsky's own ideas, like we could use the ACEs as an example. When they do this research, and let's say they look, I forgot how many people are in that, but there's a big study. But let's just say you have like 10,000 people, and you do the ACEs study on
I
them.
think it's an
right?
ongoing study, as far as I
Well,
understand. There are lots of ongoing studies.
absolutely. But I mean, like the first round of it, when they publish that and all that,
Yeah.
whatever that number is, But let's say like they found that if you had a score of 4 or more, right? I think that's what they use. You have a higher likelihood of developing something, right?
Right.
And they're saying that because they
Incredibly
found that.
like
Well, again, because maybe one thing was enough, right, to lead you to having
right.
these personality traits or exhibiting these certain behaviors, right? But
When
they
people
found
think of it,
overall that you had to have a combination of things, right, for that a certain
right,
threshold
but the
of the probability of developing something to be met, essentially,
right. So
right?
like the argument would be from the phenomenological philosophers would say, even with like 100 contributing factors, even with 100 influencing factors or whatever it is, or genetic dispositions, we still want to leave room for free will. And ideally, a person would be able to work past those to, like, I like numbers like 90% or like 95%. Like, I'm not 100% past my CLPD that I have or whatever. There is still disordered states that my brain can occupy that come up during certain points, but it wasn't until I examined the full extent of that. And again, that's the point I'm making in some other videos. You can never know the full extent of that. You can push past your limits and get like a second and third wind. By the way, this is exactly counterintuitive to spoon theory and social batteries and all that, insisting that you have a limit to these things that can't be breached. But you can't ever experiment in enough different social situations to know exactly how your particular condition will act in those situations, because their reality is too complex. There's too many variables. So again, science fails in that regard, or like you know what I mean. Science doesn't get the it doesn't it can't account for all that. There's just too many random factors.
Right. But
To
that
go
doesn't mean
against
that.
the growth mindset, to like tell somebody that you're stuck with this condition is what I'm saying, I guess.
Yeah, but again, if you're treating it as this is prescriptive, that you might run into problems. But I think it's more like descriptive in that, the study is saying that, okay, 90% of the people who have severe alcoholism had at least 4 of these factors going on, right? So it's used to establish a link between the number of adverse experiences, right?
Oh,
And
so I guess what I meant is that like the 90% number I was using was that there's 90% of all this that's working against you, and it's affecting you 90% of the time, and you only have 10% free will right now. But
but
once you
that's
start
not
to get on the growth mindset, you'll develop
right.
more, and then that 90% will go down to 80 to 50 and to 20, but
Well,
probably never
sure.
10, like probably never past like ever completely gone, because your
But that's
genetics are
not
going
what
to vary too.
The ACEs study wasn't testing for that in particular.
Right.
That's not what it was. That's not what I was looking at. That's why I said this was kind of like an earlier attempt, because before that they weren't really making links between, this particular thing as being traumatic, right, or traumatizing, and
Right.
that causing bad behaviors later on. I mean, they weren't even acknowledging the effects of trauma on people, right? I mean, if you go back to, let's say,
Well, that's kind of how we are now, I think.
well, yeah, but like,
The trauma
before,
response is the term.
like when we looked at post Vietnam War, right? You know, the soldiers coming back from that, they were experiencing higher levels of this thing, right? The trauma. This is before they came out with the PTSD, um, right? Signifier. But so there was that movement, people who were traumatized from the war because they're ultimately fighting a war that didn't go anywhere, right? And they weren't really fighting for anything tangible. They were fighting for democracy, right? So
Right.
that made trauma worse because they weren't fighting, to like, liberate people from the Nazis, for example, right? That's way more tangible.
Right.
So the trauma was going to be a lot higher in Vietnam, even just from that one.
And much more measurable, I guess, because it's the same extreme, ridiculous condition that all these people had to go through, uh, the trauma of war.
Right.
Yeah.
And for what? You know?
Yeah.
But that coincided with the women's movement, right? And they were talking about domestic violence and how that leads to trauma and that leads to really, really, bad circumstances from that, right? But before these movements, right, there was no traction on the whole like trauma theory, right? It took these big movements
Right.
coming together to see like, oh, if you have really bad things happening to you, it's going to lead to really bad, serious, real health outcomes uh, later down the line, not just being depressed and hyper vigilant and all the other things that are associated with PTSD, but also that you're going to have heart problems, right? You're gonna have
Yeah.
strokes at a higher rate. You're gonna have autoimmune disorders, higher rates. Yeah, all kinds of stuff. Gastrointestinal issues. I mean,
Yeah.
it's
You
really
have a
endless.
much
So
higher likelihood. Yeah.
yeah, you should have a higher likelihood. So that's kind of what they're getting at with the ACEs. This was done early on in this movement, right? To look at how children are abused and how that leads to health outcomes,
Right.
negative
So that one's like,
health
I
outcomes
like
later.
to I kind of like to distinguish between these two ideas. So the gastrointestinal and autoimmune reactions, both of those can come from, or like any medical conditions, I guess you could say, like those can come from both exogenous and endogenous sources. They can
Right.
come from trauma in your youth, and they can also develop because you weren't fed the right things, and also because your parents passed it down through their genes. And
Yeah.
those you can't do a lot about. When it comes to, and also like the way that they affect you subjectively is very hard to measure. But you can kind of predict what's going to happen much better than you would from an ACE score. So an ACE score, again, like you're saying, this is kind of new. This is where it is right now. But when I look at scales like 1 to 10, how bad was this thing? That's it's very, very rudimentary. It's like when you go to the hospital and they ask you to do a pain rating, and it's like
Right.
the scale is literally a smiley face going to a frowny face. Like, what? Like, you're asking the person to report on their first person phenomenological experience and dictate what to do from that. And so like that's incredibly subjective. So one person might have uh, a 9 out of 10 on ACE scores, and that might have built resilience in them, or they had genetic predispositions towards not having that effect as much, or it affecting that towards a poly where it develops all the other confidence aspects. And then you might have another person who had 9 out of 10 on that score that it completely destroys them. And so this is like, you see how like that's extremely more nuanced and malleable and very rudimentary way of measuring, as opposed to like the medical condition, autoimmune disorder, or medical conditions.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, a few
Again, that's
thoughts
where
on
it is
that.
now. Yeah.
Well, so when you have something that's like a scale or something like that, um, it's just an attempt to quantify the phenomenological, and you wouldn't want to use that on its own, right? I would say like if you use that in conjunction with, like like an exit interview or whatever you want to do, right? Or a narrative therapy, situation, right? Where you could have them describe the way that they're feeling from different angles, and it could use those as to make stronger comparisons, for example,
Right.
right? Um, so yeah, they can be used for that. There's also pressure from the hard sciences, that the soft sciences, for them to be legitimate, they have to have numbers, right? And that's just driven by who's funding the research too,
Right.
right? So there's that too. So I agree that they might not be as useful as people lend credence to. Um,
But
but
people
I don't
pick
think
those up
they're
and run with
entirely
them.
useless. It's just you have to look at what they're designed to do.
Right. I think this is where it becomes so particular. I actually have 2 points on this. The Because a person gets a psi D in their particular degree in that area, they are a monomath in that regard. They're seeing through that particular lens, and so their initial response will be to take a lot from that ACE score and run with that, and not look towards the other philosophers or look towards the other ways of nutritionists or diet and exercise and all that crap. And then the other issue is that people themselves will also run with those problems. So they'll take an ACE score, and they'll self-diagnose, or they'll go to the therapist and get diagnosed, and they'll start layering the language of trauma response onto everything, or just far too much. And again, this is a problem like you described. Like it's not the label's fault. Like people are taking these too far, and things need to be done about that. But there is, I mean, I wouldn't say it's completely not the label's fault though, because the terms, they become like, it's like a special term, like a what's it called? There's a term for that term too. But like we hear a new word and like a new way to describe a thing, like the
Right.
sadness to depression thing. Like depression sounds much more impactful. When you say schizophrenia, it sounds much more impactful and like a genetic disorder than it does instability or something like that, or
Right. Right.
akil hastaligi, as they say in Turkey, versus uh, Rushal Hastagi, and the two ways they define schizophrenia over there. So, I mean, what do we do about that? A better education, like maybe that's
Well,
what we need to
yeah. I
be.
mean, with a lot of these things, I mean, if it's like a personality disorder, th- I don't think you could like measure that like in the brain, right? But I
Yeah,
think with maybe with like autism, as we gain better imaging and understand it better, I think we will be able to look at the brain and we could tell differences, right? I mean, maybe that's not true, but I think so. I think, certain disorders or whatever we want
yeah.
to call them,
I
do
have
have
problems with that too. I
well,
don't know, 'cause
which is fine, but schizophrenia, some of these other ones that actually, have been reported to have differences in brain activity, right? I mean,
yeah, like
maybe
regions
you
of the
could
brain. I
measure those
mean,
later on. And again, I'm not saying this is the answer, but maybe you can do that. Maybe or bipolar, right? Maybe like you're missing or you're outside of the normal range of this neurotransmitter or whatever. Maybe they could do that at some point. I don't know. I don't know if we would necessarily want to do that unless it was effective.
right.
Right. And
I mean,
screening or testing these things. I don't know if there's like a hard science solution to these things. So I think we are kind of doomed to, subjective experts, um, making judgment calls.
right, and perhaps encourage the growth mindset wherever we can, and perhaps doing so errantly and maybe too much. But like, is that, if we're going to go for an overarching argument, would it be better to insinuate growth mindset all the time, or self-actualization, or just becoming the next best version of yourself,
But
and
yeah,
finding methods around that however you can, I guess.
yeah, I think with the growth mindset, and this may be just pedantic, but it's like if we're always focusing on growth and growth and growth, I mean, that's kind of exhausting
Oh
too,
yeah.
right?
Well, that's
Like
why I say, like,
should
the
that
next
always
best
be
version
the
of yourself.
desire of someone, like to grow, uh, and improve, or sometimes is it okay to take a step back, um, radically accept that maybe you were given a certain set of circumstances, or genetic markers, whatever like that, and then you go from there to do your best, and maybe you don't have to do anything positive from that. Maybe you could just accept that and be okay with that, and that's what your therapist can do for you. You know, maybe that's okay. You don't always have to go into advocacy and all that stuff too, unless that's how you wanted to, identify yourself, right? If you want to be an advocate for this or that, if you want to be someone to fight for something, maybe that's important to your healing process or just for your development of yourself. And we should totally encourage that. But we shouldn't judge people for not wanting to engage in those, growth behaviors.
No, of course.
Right.
I don't
So
like the
I just
concept
had to,
of
I'm not
judgment
saying you're doing
anymore.
that, but I just had to say that. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't judge people in general for anything, but because I
Yeah.
believe in determinism.
Right.
But the yeah, I mean, I see people picking the term trauma response up from, like, people don't say I'm having adverse childhood experience responses. They say this is a trauma response. And I think that's another term where it becomes reified because it sounds sophisticated, and it also points at something very real. So this is another point, is that it's not just because it's a fancy word. It's not just the complex word. People are beholden to that as well. Peterson is too. He says things are predicated instead of based on. So you're using a 4-syllable word instead of a 2-syllable sentence, or 2 words
Right,
word.
right, right. But that
But
works for his word
it's
salad
because it.
methods.
Sorry.
But it works for his word salad methods because, like,
Oh yeah. No,
people hear
he loves.
more of that, and then it's the celebrity, and it's also the semblance of education and all
Yeah.
that.
I mean, so we are subjected to the fancy words that sound really cool, and we also are very much looking at words that point to something very real. Yes, a trauma response is something that can happen because you were traumatized in your past. You formed a defense mechanism or a coping strategy around that, and now you're coping, and this is an expression of that coping. And so, again, these are terms like they're hot button issues, they're trigger words, I guess you could say. And the more you use them, the more they trigger that reinforcement. So it's not that I'm just like, again, where does the agency come in there? Like, am I choosing to act on this? Am I choosing to continue to have these responses or act on these responses? And that's where the CBT and mindfulness practitioner will be called a medical gaslighter. That's where it
Right.
becomes
Well,
medical
then,
gaslighting.
any attempt to, like, think about things in a new way and explore other ideas is gaslighting. It's like, well, that's not what gaslighting is. So it's
Yeah.
like, you
But
know,
again, that's the term is there, and so now it's like anything
well,
that's
yeah,
against.
but that's like one of those words people don't really understand. Gaslighting is a real thing, but people don't use it to mean what it really means, right?
Right.
Like, just because someone gives you false information doesn't mean they're gaslighting you, right? There
No.
there has to be that intent of, like, making you question your reality to such a degree that they gain another level of power over you,
And
right?
that's that's the process of therapy, is making you question your reality. And then the projection from the patient is that the therapist is against them in doing that and blaming them for all their problems.
Yeah, but are they really manipulating you,
And
right?
that's where we
Like,
have to encourage open-mindedness and receptivity, radical acceptance.
yeah, I mean, because there's a connotation to these things, right? So, like,
Right.
if you were coming to me and you're telling me your problems, and I question one of your words that you use there, did I gaslight you? Right? Like, are you
Right.
are you gaslighting people just for asking them if
Well,
they
it's like
really.
when you say, like, you could say, "Did you really mean to say it that way?" Like, this is some of my teachers have warned me against this, is that there's so many ways to say that wrong in therapy. There's a lot
Yeah,
of ways to, like, you had to be really careful about not stepping on toes and
but
not
where's the
blaming the.
intent there? Like, if you make an error in the way you say something, is that gaslighting? No, because
Right,
you didn't intend on that, right? It's like
exactly.
the intent matters a lot.
Right. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
hoping that will be cleared up in the future because there's so many terms
but
floating around.
but I really think it is just people throwing around words because there's this
Yeah.
this new, like, freedom.
Do people do
And
it to sound smart, and they do it to sound included, and they do it because it makes them comfortable, and all of those can happen unconsciously. Like,
Oh, of
you know what
course.
I'm saying?
And you could argue that people have this void, and throwing around terms like this and making, TikTok videos about that, fulfills that need and that desire, right? And I
Right.
I could totally see that. Why
The
not, right?
likes give me meaning in life.
Yeah, yeah. And like it feels good to have other people agree with you or find some sort of, happiness or usefulness in your ideas, right? I totally get that. I love it like when I play music and people like my music, that's even better, right? But
Because you worked on that, and there's also some psychological things in philosophy to be argued on that as well. So you put effort into your music as opposed to just being given this moniker of PPD.
right, right. Or if someone didn't like my song, but at least they took the time to listen to it and appreciate it, like I feel so grateful for that,
Yeah,
right? But
same
at the
here.
same
Yeah,
time, like me making good music, or if I make good music, then that's an amazing feeling. I love that, and that's enough to make me
definitely.
wanna make music. It's just bonus
See that?
points for the other stuff, right? But
Right.
that's because I have a healthy relationship with my music for the most part, except when, like, I played something poorly, but, you know
There's a whole like way of thinking about that too. The I always forget his name. Hitesh Kite, I think is how you pronounce it. He's a Japanese artist who has been working in solitude on his art for many years and is only doing art in a garage and doesn't plan to advertise it to anyone. So there's like this message of making things for yourself and doing the so creative expression, like expressing yourself upon reality,
Right.
that's really important. But creativity is also a personal journey and satisfying to yourself.
Yeah.
Whereas BPD or NPD, narcissistic personality disorder, or whatever, all these labels are given to you from on high, or from the therapist or the person that you hold in a higher authority figure that has things more figured out than you do. And so they trust them. These people trust them, run with them.
Yeah, yeah. But, like, NPD is a weird one, though, because, like,
Well, I'm just throwing out
almost no
examples.
one with
Sorry.
well, I'm just
Yeah.
saying, but almost no one with NPD goes into therapy because they have NPD, because, like, it's very treatment resistant. Because the whole like one of the defining features of narcissistic personality disorder is just having zero insight and being like resistant to criticism,
Which is
right?
the deterministic type. Yeah.
Which it very much is, right? And that makes you wonder, like there are definitely people like that, like
It's like how much free will, like again, how we can't measure free will. And maybe that's what I'm understanding now. Like 100 years in the
yeah.
future, when we're still contending about this, we still won't be able to measure free will. So we won't be
I
able
don't
to
think we
say
ever could.
how much free will can you teach into the narcissist, to change their narcissistic behavior.
Right, right,
You know what I
exactly.
mean?
Well, I mean, to go back to the aces too, um I think that shows you that while you do have choice in your life, it becomes harder, generally speaking, the more things you have working against you, right? So the idea
Yeah,
behind that, and again, that's really it's super primitive. I agree, it's primitive. Like
yeah.
it was an early attempt at that, you know. Um, but
Well,
the
you could
idea
say
is if
because of my childhood, like because of my ACE score, I am now a narcissist. And
well, you're more likely to develop narcissistic or borderline behaviors, right? If you have
right,
really bad like attachment issues with your parents, right? Because like having healthy attachments, right, gives you a healthy framework to develop to be an effective human being later in life, right?
right.
Not saying that's the only way, but we know that if you have good parents, you're more likely to have you know better outlook and better
Yeah, yeah.
circumstances, better health
Probability.
outcomes and all that. Like we know those things, right?
It's more
So
like these are the sorry I keep interrupting you, man.
no,
the it's like these are the dispositions that you may have to contend with, that your free will have to contend with going forward. They're not
yeah,
setting you up for failure in the future. They're not dictating your future or your personality or your mental condition or your mental health even.
right,
It's very much as much emphasis as we can put on free will, we need to, as much emphasis as we can put on personal accountability and the ability to the ability to respond to your problems, responsibility, and then you get thrown into the ableist boot camp for saying so. So this is
Well, you could, but yeah, you can't
weird.
control the people, which is radical acceptance.
Sorry, what
But
did you say?
well, I said people may label you as this or that, but you can't control that, right? And
Right.
that's radical acceptance, right? Like people are going to judge you and categorize you, and you could do your best to avoid it, but ultimately people are going to do what they're going to do, and you have to take control of your own life, right?
Right. I think
And
this is where we were talking about before. Like this is where the therapist it would be best to keep the label to themselves and just proceed with the therapy.
yeah, and there's a merit to that, and maybe some people would like to have the label, but I think like if especially in that case or just in any case, like the therapist should tell people that you are not, you know, what you're labeled as, right?
Right.
Like you are who you are. You are a unique individual, and I appreciate who you are and the hard work that you've done, and and let's work from there. Let's keep working because that's what's really important. It's not the
Yeah.
label, but for sure, and we totally agree on that. The
Yeah.
the label is helpful, like you said, internally as a therapist because it allows me to conceptualize the problem, and that's one way to conceptualize it, right?
Yeah.
Like
That's the
like
progress
depression
route.
is means a lot of different things.
Well,
Narcissism
so
means
is
something
it?
more specific, right? So like that
Yeah.
may be a more useful term for me to think about it. But again, ultimately that person's treatment is going to be individualized, and there's no like one narcissistic treatment, you know.
Right. It becomes pathologizing, I think, is the argument that it
Yeah.
can be over pathologizing in that way. The same way that we take medical prognostics. Like, well, it's just that. Like, what's the prognosis, doc? What's wrong with me? And then they provide the label of what's wrong with you, and then you take medicine for that, or you do whatever you need to do after that. When it comes to
Right.
psychological health, it's there's a lot of similarities, but there's lots of ways that can go wrong because, like we were talking about before, that can work against your free will or work against your agency. And the
Yeah.
therapists aren't doing this. Like people are just picking this up and they're running wild with it because the words reify themselves.
Right.
And yeah,
Well, I mean, medical doctors are engaging in subjective calls all the time, right? This is a problem I have with psychiatry. Um, Usually people when they go into the psychiatrist, they're seeing, 5, 10, 15 minutes. They hear a few things, and then they give them medication. But there's no blood work or genetic testing
yeah.
done when they give them the medication, right? It's just
And it,
going
like
off of their
ideally, you would do that, but no.
right, exactly. But so I'm saying I would hold that to a different standard than
Yeah,
when it's like going in for counseling, right?
right. Or like
When you go in for
mentoring.
counseling, there's probably no blood test that you can do, right? Like that wouldn't be helpful. So so
Right.
it's going to be more subjective, and to me that's not a problem because I don't think that there's a way to really fix that, right? I think that that's just how it works.
Yeah.
You have to take time to fully understand the issue. You try a few things that you think might work based on your training experience and what they report, and you have them try it, and then you take that from there. Does that work? Does that not work? What can we change? Can we implement it differently? And you just keep going through that process until they feel better and they're more functional or whatever.
Right. Hmm. So, did you say you work with Jungian archetypes?
So I haven't used them in practice, but it is a way that I conceptualize almost everything in life.
Okay.
So
I wanted to ask, like,
always happy
which
to talk about it.
word. Um, so which ones seem to be the most accurate portrayal of typical human types? Like, if it's an
Like,
archetype, you know, like what is a
wait,
type of human?
so the archetypes are they're like different ways of representing the human experience. usually they're used like in a story format too, right? Um,
Right.
they can be pretty universal in a way. Um, so what I mean by that is like in any culture, you might have someone who is a leader or someone who's taking care of the young or someone who's a warrior, right? Who fights for things, right? And I think there's it's pretty much infinite, like how we can designate the archetypes, but they are just representations of either different members in society or different let's say hats you wear in your life, right? Like maybe at work I have more of a warrior mindset because I'm fighting to get better prices for people, or maybe I'm a lawyer and I'm trying to get that less severe a conviction for someone,
Right.
right? But maybe at home, I have a newborn, right? So I'm in the caregiver role, right? And then
Right.
maybe I'm deeply wounded because my family abandoned me, right? So now I'm in the orphan archetype, right? And these are just ways of describing things. It's almost like play therapy, right?
Right. I
I
see
have
it.
these representations that I can identify with, but that don't define me, right? They aren't who I am entirely,
Right.
right? They have a good balance of being, representative of my experience, but not being synonymous with who I am.
Right.
So yeah, so humans run the whole gambit. I mean, of all the archetypes. So it's very situational too. So you need like a specific
Yeah.
case, and then that's how we would conceptualize it, or a way to conceptualize it.
That makes sense. Yeah, I like the use of the hats. So, and there's also a lot to talk about this too. One of my old mentors told me that uh, we all have to like advertise ourselves to some extent, and we have to like market our ideas if we want to go that
Yeah.
route. And I really don't like that. I really don't like advertisement of any kind. It's so hard not to see it as manipulation, in my opinion. But
Oh yeah.
you have
I
to
can
do
see
it to an
that.
extent. So he talks about it like you wear the marketing hat, and this is your creative expression hat, and this is your podcasting hat, and so on and so forth.
Right.
And that makes me wonder about dissociative identity disorder or multiple personality, as we used to talk about it.
Right.
There, it's like when you're the patient, like say you're just Steven Pinker's blank slate model coming into reality, and you're being told that you can wear multiple hats or you can engage in different Jungian archetypes. So that's good, and you want to have a solid sense of personality underlying that is what I'm getting at. You want to have a sense of identity that unites that, and internal family systems therapy gets into this as well, looking at these different personalities or personas that make up you and getting them to work together a little bit better. Also very useful for schizophrenia. I'm sure you can imagine.
No, yeah, for
So
sure.
the but the person that is given the label of dissociative identity disorder, or they're diagnosed with that as a condition, that can reinforce the idea that these personalities are separate, and that when I go to put on this hat, that is wholly that other person, and I am a marketing entity, and I'm going to be ruthless in my advertising. I'm going to, but I mean, you could be like a baseball coach or teacher, whatever it is, and lose your personality in that. There's a right way to do marketing where you can do it really creatively, and you can keep your unique perspective and keep your unique style of creative expression and still work within the framework of that marketing niche, or still work
Right.
within that range. But say I have DID, maybe I would just say screw it, I accept that my, and again, I keep using this word accept. I'm not trying to talk bad about radical acceptance. I think that's probably the best method of all, as well as like growth and all that.
Oh
But
yeah, I love
when
it.
I go to like when I accept the fact that I have DID, it would be easier for me to slip into that. I mean, I've been there a little bit. Like I've gone through multiple personalities over time. I've
Hmm.
changed the way that I speak, not just with CLPD, but like mindfully changing the way I speak in
Like code
in
switching.
interactions. Sorry,
Like code switching.
I don't know about that. What do you mean?
So I'm not like as familiar with that, but you could adopt different personas and ways of speaking, in different situations, and
Right. Yeah.
sometimes it can be conscious or unconscious. And sometimes it's just us trying to relate better to certain people, right? Like if you go
Yeah.
back to your community, your hometown, you might talk differently than
Yeah,
when you're
and I think
somewhere
that
else.
it's very much like I'm one of the people, if I want to put it in this kind of language, that will unconsciously adapt to the situation they're in really
Right.
unhealthily. Like so a few years back, like I want to say 6 or 7 years ago, I went to go revisit a girlfriend of mine that I
Hmm.
had dated 10 years prior, just because we had remained friends the whole time. We had talked off and on. I was like, "Oh, actually, go see you." And I spent a couple days over at her place. I just completely regressed back into the person that I was when I dated her 10 years ago, like
Mm.
completely. Like I mean, I was thinking cognitively, "What am I doing wrong here?" And then like the habits come forth, and it's very it makes you feel uncomfortable. It makes you feel like you're not a real solid identity, a real solidified persona.
Right.
It makes you feel like there's no one person that you are that's able to wear multiple hats. It's like you're now I'm on this hat and like you know what I mean? And if I had the label of DID, I might be prone to think that this is how it's going to be forever, or I'll very much struggle with that going forward.
Right. But like in the example of DID is just we know that's from severe trauma early in life, generally, right? And even then, it's still rare. You'd probably have to have some sort of genetic predisposition to that, and that's it's hard to measure these things, right? But with DID, you can't even use the hat analogy because like a hat implies I could just like put this hat on or that hat on,
Yeah,
trade
perhaps
them
that's
out.
not the best way to yeah,
No,
kind of
but
like
no,
combine
I was
things.
just I was using it as a springboard into this. You know what I mean? But something like that, you tend to just switch so drastically, like a whole
Right.
personality switching, right? Like on a
Yeah.
dime, and it's wild too because if you watch people who are switching between these personalities, they look different entirely.
Yeah.
Like it's pretty wild to see, and it's sad. Um, it's sad to see that, but yeah, like that's pretty, deterministic, right? You're just gonna at whatever whim or whatever trigger there is that leads to that flip, you're gonna flip like that, and you have very little control. So yeah, that's a very stigmatizing label for sure. But
Yeah.
if it is in fact describing something that's accurate and serious, then I don't think there's really any way around that. You know?
Right. I mean, I guess this is kind of like saying what I was saying before with the whole just being wary of the labels and not giving them to people and just proceeding with the therapy. So, like, if I have the label of DID and I know that that's a problem, uh, I can I can use it as an excuse. And that's another thing we haven't talked a lot about, and that's also really problematic. But I
Right.
can also say like I don't have to work on this because it's part of my identity. It's my split identity. And yeah, I
Well,
mean,
yeah, yeah,
like I
but
see
like,
from experience, like I've used to it wasn't just that one example. Like, I've had examples where I've, changed the way I've laughed. Like, I changed the way I laugh multiple times throughout my life, and some of that was conscious and some of it wasn't, and I don't even know why I did that. And also the way
oh
that
yeah,
like, speaking now, various inflections, and I have
right,
noticed where my behaviors and my way of speaking will, it's like people pleasing, and there's incredible genetic predisposition around that. That's incredibly deterministic because, of course, you would want to prove your worth to the tribe
yeah,
however possible because it equals survival, equals promotion, equals
yeah.
self-aggrandization and all that. So that's like people pleasing, and that whole genetic disposition is very that holds a lot of truth to me, and I can see how that could play into this. And so that's where we want to encourage free will from his or like agency and the ability to respond to all of that as much as possible.
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. But like, I mean, any label or literally anything can be used as an excuse.
Yes.
So I don't think that's a reason to not use a tool.
Yeah, that's why I don't like getting into that too much. I used to write about that more, but
Yeah.
that's also a big conservative argument as well, is that, people are just being lazy and all that, or just using those words
Well,
for excuses.
but to me, it seems like conservatism is like so indeterministic.
Yes, exactly.
Like, and it's
It
just like
seems everyone can just
that's
do
another reason
everything.
why I just like cannot subscribe to that
Yeah.
because like you, well, I don't know if I'm a completely hard determinist, but I'm definitely a determinist.
Yeah.
I feel like I know too much to know that we can't even fully understand why people are the way that they are, but we do know that certain experiences tend to lead to, you know, other experiences. You know,
Yeah. Causation.
like like it seems pretty obvious to me that
It's
that's
like
the case.
there's a quote that I really like. It's and of course there's got to be wary of unnecessary dichotomy, but there are two types of people in the world. People that see people that say the world is harsh and you have to deal with it, and there are people that and they'll say I had it hard and you have to have it hard too. And then another group of people will say I had it hard and the world is harsh and I want to do everything in my power to make it a little bit easier for you. I'm on that team. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Like I'm
yeah,
trying to make things better for people. And you can come at this criticism of modern psychology and Western psychology from this place of empathy and trying to correct the practice because I'm trying to make psychology what it needs to be. I want to see this field grow into what it needs to become. But right now it's very much in its infancy
yeah,
and very much being overblown and overly adopted because it's really easy to make labels. It's really easy to make criteria based around common experiences and then call that a condition. And that's kind of the state of psychology now as I see it. But yeah,
yeah, yeah. Well, I
like
mean,
the free will from that, like the people that say I had it hard and you have to too, that insists too much free will. That insists that yeah, reality is hard. Develop free will instantly. Like you could just do anything anytime. And it's like
right,
that's not how it works. Yeah,
right. That's the whole bootstraps thing.
yeah, the bootstrapping problem. And,
Um,
you pull yourself up by your
yeah.
bootstraps, and then you have to have bootstrap. What is it? There's like this four-stage thing.
Right.
Like the
It's so
conservative
it's
argument
like
is that, and
absurd, you know.
yeah, it's like you pull yourself up by your bootstraps is the argument, and then the liberal will respond. It's hard to say. You have to have bootstraps in the first place to pull yourself up by. Conservative will say, "Well, go out to a factory, get some scraps, put together some rubber, or get some scrap rubber, get some cloth from a textile mill, and fashion yourself some boots to pull yourself up by." And then the determinist will rightly say, "You have to be taught to do that in the first place."
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. We have to teach people how to actualize on their free will. We have to teach people how to learn how to interact with the world and form a good agent arena relationship.
Right. Yeah, like from the compatibilist perspective, you know, I could totally see a world where because of your predetermined circumstances, in any given situation, you will have a fixed number of potential solutions to a problem, right?
Right.
And you could pick from. Now, ultimately, I know deterministically, I'm going to choose one because of deterministic factors, right?
Right. Yeah,
Yeah,
you'll settle
but
on something.
yeah, but sometimes I like to switch perspective, right? Because if we just operate completely out of deterministic perspective, you just wouldn't do anything at all,
Yeah,
ever,
exactly.
right?
You'd
So you have to at
like
least,
all the other animals.
yeah, like suspend your belief for a second, so that way you could feel like you have free will, so that way you could have
Yeah.
agency, so you could have that self-efficacy and that autonomy, and those things are good for your, you know,
Right.
health
And
and all
like
that
the
stuff.
compatibilists, like this would be a compatibilist argument. And every time I've mentioned the word free will tonight, I mean this from like the higher perspective. Like it's all deterministic. This is
Right.
just what we call free will. This is the agency, whatever
Yeah.
we refer to as agency, whatever deterministic mechanisms equate to that. We don't understand them just yet. Now, again, this is a good point. Maybe in the future, 100 years from now, therapy will understand how where the regions of the brain are where we activate free will. I mean, right now we're kind of working on the default mode network. That's kind of what we assume is at play there.
Right.
And of course, the neocortex and the default, I mean, the prefrontal cortex and other areas of the brain. So like that we see success with psychedelics, bringing those into play and helping people understand themselves better. And we also see dissolving of ego and all that. And that can be a shortcut, but I don't like to promote that as a go-to because it has risks.
Right, right. Like, as helpful as it is, um, you never wanna be dogmatic about it.
Yeah.
Like, you have to do
Well,
that.
so yeah, exactly. All right, so I'm going to try to go through a couple more questions and we'll wrap this up. Let's talk about religion for a second. Are we starting to see some convergence on the religions of the world? How do you feel about that?
Define convergence.
So are people starting to get along? Are we starting to see, so like Vervaeke and Paul Vanderklay and Jordan Hall and all these guys, they're trying to bring together, and Peterson as well, Jordan Peterson, they're trying to find what they talk about as through lines, or like through lines of connection between spiritual beliefs, where we can find correlations and commonly held beliefs and commonly held physical experiences, and agreements on like what the soul means, what a spirit means, and how we can talk about that. So like Vervaeke talks about a top-down emanation matching with a bottom-up emergence. So like the evolutionary emergence, and as we see as like the lateralization, the distributed cognition, the idea of pratitya samutpada, or dependent origination. Like our origin is dependent upon all the causation that came before it and all the genetics and all that, and how we're deeply connected to the entire universe and all that from like a lateral perspective. And then the Western vertical, where it's about an ascension, about our connection to a literal, and how all that plays into the notion of a spirit. Are we meant to be aiming our spirit as a personal journey, the individual self as ascending towards the next best, all that? So lots of correlation with therapy as well, I'm sure you see. But
Yeah. I just like, for me in therapy, from my secular perspective, um, I think that you could, improve, and you're gonna have a drive to, feel better and want to be better when you're going to therapy generally. Um, that's seems like a given, but I don't think that's evidence that there's like a guide that we're being driven towards, right? Like I I don't think the existence of a spiritual being is necessary, right? For us to want to drive ourselves towards meaning and purpose and transcendence and whatever. Like I don't see how that's necessary, or that we could even measure or figure out that exists. Um,
it seems like
it's
it's
almost
pretty
like
deep.
right. It's almost like archetypal, right? Like I could use the concept of a transcendental being to um to give me something to strive towards, right? And it gives me some sort of framework and like a visualization, right,
Right.
of being something that's more than myself, right? But like
Yeah.
I don't even like what does more than yourself even mean? How could you ever do that? Like I I almost see us as like maybe we're only like 10% of our best self or whatever, right? And we,
Right.
through our life work, we could become, 80% of our best self. And it's like, wow, that's great. You know, it almost seems like that. And it just seems ridiculous to do that. So it's almost maybe like platonic, where it's like, this is the ultimate self that we could strive for. We'll never actually get there, but it gives us a direction to strive towards, kind of situation.
Right. Well,
And
I guess how does that affect religions in different parts of the world, do you think? So I can ask
well,
that.
I mean, well, I guess I'm arguing against the notion that there's convergence, because not every religion wants transcendence, right? Because a lot of,
Right.
like, let's say,
The
like,
Western ones do, I think.
exactly, they do, right? But like, more like shamanistic, religions and cultures, maybe it's a complete acceptance of that which is. So you're not trying to attain anything, right?
Right.
You just simply exist, and you're given the privilege of existing, and you're there to appreciate as many things as possible, right? And you could attain a oneness with those things, but not transcendence of those things.
Right.
And that's a
So,
different
yeah.
mindset. And I I tend to side with that a lot of the time.
Yeah, I like that too. I mean, but of course I like it. That means I got to criticize it. So
No,
the
it should, yeah.
man, like again, I'm like the acceptance that I don't agree with this argument. There's an argument against Buddhism and Eastern beliefs that are saying that you can just accept too much in life and just not have any passions and not want to do anything because you've hit the state of enlightenment and everything is passion and everything is wonderful all the time. And it's like,
Right.
yeah, some people do that. Some people will stay in a monastery. One of my old instructors, Kane Ramsey, talks about this, how he's kind of like anti-Buddhism. Actually, it's really weird, but
Huh.
the he talks about, like, the monasteries and the monks will stay there chanting rituals and doing deep breathing exercises and all that, and that's all they'll ever do, and they're satisfied with that, and they might be, well, they might be missing out on roller coasters, or like they're really
Right.
cool experiences of life, like, driving a race car or something, and I wonder how to think about that, because it's you can have the best of both worlds. You can have where, like, if you don't have the finances to have a good time, then you can still have a good time just being in nature or doing things on the cheap.
Yeah.
And then there's also you can look at acceptance in that way too. Like, I have to accept the fact that if I want to have more fun in life, I have to make more money, and go about it that route as well.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't, but yeah, that's kind of like an extreme argument. There are arguments against that too. Like, there are plenty of Buddhists that have plenty of fun and they go around the world and they will do tours, or
Oh man, yeah. What about
they'll
like the
go to the
Shaolin
theme parks.
monks,
Yeah,
right? Like in Shaolin, like you're training your body, you're trying to hone it into a weapon, right? But really, in that process, that's just another form of meditation, right?
right,
And you're trying to get the most out of your life. So there's a lot of variety there, but maybe people are fine just removing themselves from society. I mean, what about martyrs, right? Like
right.
people will take their own lives because they feel like it's going to appease a god or gods,
Yeah, it's
or
the
for
ultimate conception.
right. So they make that sacrifice, so they remove themselves. This happened in early Christianity too, right? Because martyrdom was huge, and early church leaders had to tell people, no, don't kill yourselves. What you should do is you should give yourself to God. You should devote yourself to the Lord, right? And so
Right,
instead of ending your life, which you shouldn't be doing, right? Because that's a waste of the life. At least you could just appreciate the company of other people who want to do the same thing, right? And that's fine. Or you could go, why instead of ending your life, why don't you go spread the message, right? That's a better way of honoring your existence, right? So these were arguments that were, you know, being had in the first, several hundred years following the development of Christianity, just as an example. Um, but Nietzsche talked a lot about this too, about like the aesthetic ideal, right? And that was the big criticism. He said a lot of religious people would rather not live their lives, right? And they're throwing their lives away because they're given all these opportunities, and they're just removing themselves from those opportunities, and they're denying themselves, right? And to
right.
him, that's not the answer. That's kind of cowardly, as he would probably put it.
Yeah,
You
that's
know,
not the well-lived life.
no, but he was interesting because he was very much about being an ascetic too, right? He enjoyed just being by himself a lot too. So
Right,
it's people are complicated, and he's not saying that it's not good to meditate. Matter of fact, just the opposite. But he's saying if you use that as a crutch, that's not good. So
right. Yeah, it's too much of anything is a bad thing.
right, and which is
So,
also fundamental to many Buddhist practices, right?
right,
So it's like to characterize an entire general faith, and subscribe particular behaviors to it is just it's silly. You just shouldn't do that.
right. I saw a recent meme that it was an image of a monk in all of his robes at a Walmart buying a shotgun, and had the quote underneath it. Buddha said, "Patience has its limits."
Dude,
This is
I love
fantastic.
that. I wish I could see that in real life just one day.
I'll have to find it. Well, yeah. So, what you said reminded me of another point I wanted to bring up. So this idea of a person sacrificing themselves for a particular belief system, and also shown as a state of radical acceptance, like that's the ultimate acceptance. Well,
Mhm.
so there's also like narrative at play with that, and just looking into this too, like narrative and symbolic meaning structures, that there's so much power in that.
Oh
And
yeah,
it's manipulative, or it manipulates us in a way that unless we're trained otherwise to watch for it. And this is where I lean determinist in this way as well. Your fate is pretty much sealed in that regard unless you're taught how to actuate on the free will part of your brain, whatever you want to call that, to start
right.
questioning these things. So we have examples of to complete a narrative, to keep a consistent narrative, people will give their lives for that. People will go to war to fight to based on representation of what their country means to them. There's stories of widowed or just widowed women and wives throwing themselves on the pyre that their husbands are being born on.
Right.
Um, and this takes place in various areas of the world and different religions. So narrative is so strong that we're willing to kill ourselves over it. We're willing to end our
Yeah.
lives to sustain it. So that like that to me shows the importance of therapy and the importance of, I guess, like the language part, the language based parts of therapy. Like, what's the narrative story you're telling about yourself? What do you think about yourself in the next 5 years? What's the goal orientation structure that you're going for? Who are you as a person, and what is your symbolic meaning structure, and what's your purpose and drive in life, and all that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
something.
No, actually, I love the narrative side of it. When I learned about narrative therapy in school, that actually got me really wanting to, do my own writing and stuff like that too. And
Nice.
it's something I've dabbled in, but I'm getting a little more serious about it. Um, but I see that the power in that is, having someone write out their story, their experience, right? And if first of all, even in writing out your story, it changes the way you view things, right?
Right.
Because a lot of times we just don't have words, and words are delightfully confining, in a way, right?
Yeah.
Because they're so limited. Like now we got to choose a word, and it's like, well, does that word actually represent my experience? And even if you use the wrong word, you still thought about, you know, what that
Right.
means to you, right? So that forced you to think about your experience at a deeper level. And, even
Symbolic
if you
meaning.
had the wrong, answer, at least that's the wrong answer, right? And then you have more insight in that process. And then after you write the story, maybe you could tell someone your story, and then maybe you could have them write out, oh, well, what would you like your story to be like, right? But would you
Yeah.
change something? Can you change something? Could we change the ending? What if I gave you new parameters to write your story? How would you write it now, right? And you're just
Yeah.
breaking up
Yeah.
these ideas, and again, there's more tools. It's more play.
Yeah, I love that method, man. Another one I really like is having someone else describe what's going on. So if you were to say, how would your closest friend describe who you are and how your life has gone? How
Mm,
would your friend describe who you might be in the future? Because then it's externalizing it and it's allowing you to kind of step outside yourself. And usually that's very effective. Like usually that really you can have a patient tell their story or express a situation and then have them say in from another person's perspective, and it's like, whoa, didn't even think about it that way. But it's like you don't have to change any language there at all. You're just shifting the mode of operation, the
that's
modus
cool too.
operandi.
Yeah, I haven't really thought about that.
Yeah, it's really effective. Okay, so you said you've been studying the history of Christianity. What's the most valuable revelation that you've gleaned from your studies?
The history of Christianity. I don't know if this is like that revelatory, but it kind of soaked this in a little bit. Um, when when I studied the history of Christianity, I realized how complex it is. Right?
Yeah,
I gained a new appreciation for it because I used to be very hostile towards it. Coming out of Catholicism um, as a teenager, I had to work a lot through that, so I had a lot of bias there. But as I studied it more, I started to gain new perspective and really appreciate a lot of what's going on. And I think what really sewed that into to me is when I realized that people were just trying to make the best of their situations, and they're trying to understand their situations as best as
right.
possible, right? They're trying to get together with other people, and they're trying to live better lives, right? Most religious movements come out of, poor conditions, in
Yeah.
Christianity. I mean, it's coming out of Rome and all, the Jews in Rome. But, a lot of early Christians were not Jewish too, right? A lot of them were pagan. So there was ideas in Christianity that kind of uprooted the ideas that they had, the narratives that they had instilled in them. So I think the main thing of Christianity, the beauty of it is it flipped the power, like the hierarchy, on its head, right? Because now all of a sudden the poor people, right, they were the most likely to go to heaven, right? It's like Jesus said, right? Like
Right.
the poor are gonna inherit the
The
earth. Like rich people, like the chance of you getting to heaven is like is
He said
stupid, right?
it's more easy for a camel to go through the eye of a needle for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God.
Yeah. And that right there is said multiple times in different ways using different
Yeah.
parables that throughout the writing. So I think whether or not you believe in Jesus, or the level of historicity, you know in the story, I think when you hear a bunch of different things being said, or different ways of approaching that concept right there, I think that tends to mean that was probably pretty close to his original message, right? Or a real figure named Jesus uh, really wanted to get that idea across. So,
Right. Yeah.
like that, it devoted a large enough portion to the writings that it seemed important to that. So I think that was a very appealing idea, right? We have brand new rules. We could form new communities. We're able to have something to look forward to in the afterlife, and to get all those things that God promised. And I could definitely see the appeal in that, right?
Right.
When you're in this constant state of just desperation all the time, right? Promises of things being better, and there being punishment for the people who oppressed you. Like that's a very easy idea to sell.
It's very appealing. The vengeance mindset is really popular in
Yeah.
Western
Well, we
ideologies.
know that from early Christian writings too, right? There'd be stories about heaven is literally watching your enemies get burned alive,
Yeah.
right? Which is pretty
I've heard
messed
this
up. But but
say.
but again, like
Yeah.
there's enough stories of that in early Christianity. Um, so you know, I just think the complexity of it, really got me thinking that you know these ideas are pretty timeless.
Yeah. A lot of them are. They touch on some very yeah, timeless issues.
Yeah.
And,
So that's
I
that,
wonder
that's the
if
main takeaway. But again, I also learned, just because Christianity is so complex, when people say Christianity, you have to ask them what do they mean by that. you know,
yeah.
Not to sound like Jordan Peterson here, but it's like it's really important to get clarification, right? Because if you study like the Gnostics, the early Christian Gnostics had very different ideas about
Right.
what to do and what life meant, and the divinity structure and all that. And they were very much Christians. They were a Christian in every sense of the word, right? The problem is that that was not the orthodoxy, right? The proto-orthodoxy at the time deemed them as heretics, so they got rid of their ideas, and they burned all their writings, right?
Right.
So all of a sudden those are not Christians. They're not like us, but they were Christians, right? They were
Yeah.
self-identifying Christians.
That's the text. Like the problem with the power that we put in the ancient texts, and yet
Right.
we also ignore them. Like if we were to go back and take the whole history of all of the ancient texts of all the scriptures, like the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Gnostic texts, what relevance would that have today based on the kind of Christianity that we practice today? I think a lot of Christians turn their nose up against that and only want to follow the version that they have today.
Right, but even the version they have today, I mean, I would say that most Christians don't engage in rigorous study, right? Even if they were to study the text and to the point of memorizing all the passages, I think in the absence of like studying the historicity of these ideas and other
Right.
ideas that came from the same area at the same time, and you know the Hellenization of Judaism, for example. If you don't study that, um, I don't think you'll be able to fully appreciate and understand what the writings are. So even if
Right.
you understand them, like in that context, in the confines of its own story, that's not how the stories are made, right?
Yeah, you got to have the big picture. But when it comes to religious belief, it's like you kind of have to avoid the big picture in some ways because you have to adhere to a particular set of rules. I mean, this is how I thought about it for a while. I don't want to get into this for too long, but I mean, when I was very much against this, I was thinking that it was like I came from a fundamentalist Christianity type of church and like Church of Christ, and I get that. Like I get the appeal of if you're considering your eternal soul, this life is but a flash in the pan. It is not the life that matters; it's the next, and that comes with the consequences of trashing the earth because who cares about what's going on in the next generations? It's all about my eternal paradise and heaven. And also, if I want to take this seriously, uh, I have to adhere to the rules that are in this Bible as I'm reading them now, and
Right.
also in line with the hermeneutics professor or hermeneutics guy that's at the church that I go to, and the preacher guy. I guess I should like clarify that's always a man that's doing that too.
Pretty
And
much, right?
well, it's literally written in the Bible that a woman shall not teach and preach before a man. But
Right.
again, that's this version. As I go to point that out, in the 14th, 13th centuries, we had a lot of changes, and all throughout time,
Well, that's pretty much
kings and
proven
leaders have
that
changed.
Paul didn't write those. So, right. So they call those the pseudo-Pauline epistles.
Oh, okay, I haven't heard that term. Okay.
Yeah, and there's a bunch of them. So you're talking about, that's in Timothy, Second Timothy, I think.
Yeah. So the
Um,
second Timothy is where they talk about at least the first chapter is where a woman should walk with shamefacedness next to her
mhm.
man.
Right.
You
But
see like
like,
Islam parallels with that too.
well, it's been pointed out though that it's very like inconsistent with Paul's other writings too, right?
Oh, okay.
Where women were, at least, well, I would say not just Paul's writings, but also just what we know historically, right? A lot of church services in early Christianity, there was no church, right? They're held in houses, right? And
Right.
within a house, the house was the woman's domain, right? So they took care of the house and all that too.
Right.
So women would have been given, very serious prominent roles in conducting of these services. And that'd be unavoidable. And that falls in line with, you know, how things would have worked at that time as well, too, right? So it's interesting to think about, how do you reconcile those two concepts,
Yeah.
right? It's
Mm.
pretty interesting. And that's not the reason why they say Paul didn't write those. There's linguistic analysis, I think, going on there too. That prove
Right.
that, and that's a whole nother field within it.
Yeah.
So just to add to the
Right.
complexity of Christian studies and religious studies, you know.
Mhm. Are you familiar with any of Bart Ehrman's writing and his
Oh
lectures?
yeah, I've read 5 or 6 of his books,
Oh wow.
and I've seen a few of his lectures too, and
Yeah, I
they're
mostly
very
listen to
good.
his lectures.
He
Yeah.
got me.
He,
He was probably the one who got me most interested in actually studying, Christianity, not just reading the Bible, right?
right.
But appreciating the context of the writings and the beauty of the writings too.
Yeah, I learned a few of like he goes into detail about some of the intentional additions to the original texts and some of the removals. I think he said there's over 500 alterations since the original text as an estimation.
Oh, I think he said 500,000.
Oh, okay. Well, sure, why not? That's
Most of them are small things, but his point
yeah,
is that
but
like there's a
there are big ones
lot of
too. Like yeah,
variations and differences, and maybe one thing is really small, but taken together, you know, over the course of all
yeah.
this,
I think he said something like 10% of it was the actual big ones. 90% was little things. But I might have
Well,
that wrong. It's been a long time since I've listened.
well, yeah, and again, like neither of us are experts in this, and it is really complicated, but it does get you thinking, right? There's for people to think that they understand these books entirely and they can make decisions in today's
Yeah,
age and they could judge people and we could run our courts in accordance to the books
yeah.
when they're just so complicated and disputed, you know it's beyond me
They're
because
full
we
of
could.
contradictions.
And the contradictions too, right? And yeah, I mean, of course, and that alone makes it difficult to know what's going on.
There's like the God-shaped hole that Pascal talked about. Like since we've hit this postmodern world where we have a need for a spiritual self and a superstitious need. This is why we have so many like mystics and mediums and tarot card readers and all that. It all
Yeah,
appeals to this genetic disposition that we have towards superstitious and supernatural ways of perceiving the world. There was a recorded instance of chimpanzees throwing rocks at a tree in some kind of symbolic ritual. Like, why would they be throwing rocks at a tree? I mean, what's going on there? There's
right,
like the rituals that crows engage in, like the respect and bowing rituals they do, and they like dance around
right.
those.
And they have like
There's like
funeral
symbolic
processions too.
yeah, yeah, exactly. The funeral
Yeah,
processions are pretty brutal, actually. They're really, really gross. I won't get into that, but yeah,
yeah,
there are practices that they're like, who knows what's going on there. So we have like I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of evolutionary years behind that we're trying to contend with only the past 400 years. And yeah, my money is on metamodernism, and maybe that's another discussion for another time. But I guess I could ask, do you that religions manipulate more than they mend? So this is not to say that religions do more harm than good. I'm kind of getting at the idea that religions have a tendency to lead people astray or manipulate people more than they heal and more than they provide value. And you can look at value in comparison to therapy and modern science as well.
right. Um, well, I guess another thing I learned too. I don't want to.
This is generalizing, I should say.
Yeah, I don't
Like,
want to
very
generalize
much.
too much, and the reason is because there's so much variation,
Mhm.
right? So mainly in America, we're dealing with Christianity. So I'm most familiar with that. So I'll speak on that. But there are churches that do amazing community service with no strings attached. You know, like oh this important speaker, you know, has a talk and they're scheduled to be at the community center or something like that. But then the community center last second pulls the plug on that, and the local church says, "Hey, you could come here. We'll make that happen." Right? And that's
Right.
just like being a community member. The church is there, and they're there to facilitate that, to make that happen. Right? That's cool, right? But there are other churches that make sure that the only childcare is like religious camp, you know, in
Yeah.
their community, right? And then so there's a lot of strings attached with that, right? And people might see that as being it's a good thing because they're taking care of the children or they're providing education to people. But it's like, but the strings that are attached are terrible, right? So I
Yeah.
mean, so
Like homeless
so yeah,
shelters or giving food to the homeless. Yeah.
right, exactly. But then my thing with the church is like, well, it's good that you're doing good things, but like, why can't we just have our government doing that? Like, why can't we build secular systems to do good things
Yeah.
too, right? So a church might have a monopoly on like good deeds, and people will use that as evidence for a god, and it's like there really is no correlation, but if you're
Right.
uncritical, it seems like, the church is the only place doing good things, but then that ignores all the bad things that churches do too. And again, not all
Yeah.
churches,
Yeah,
right?
churches don't have like social welfare programs. They don't have 401k systems. They don't have the social services. I mean, these are extremely rudimentary in the United States, to be sure, but they could
Yeah.
certainly do a better job.
But yeah,
I
but
think.
in church, this is where it gets complicated. Maybe in within a church, and I know like the Mormon church is big into this too. Like in the community, people will give each other jobs and all that too, right?
Mhm.
They'll take care of each other, right? It's like, oh, you're in the church, oh, fine, no problem, you come work at my company and all that. So they have these networks. But
Yeah.
as soon as someone speaks out against the church, well, okay, well now I'm just gonna fire you from my company, and you can't be in the church anymore, right?
Yeah.
And all this stuff too. Or maybe part of your family will stay in the church because they're tied to that, but you yourself, you're cast out. So now being cast out from the church means you're being cast out from your family, which means that you're losing your economic stability and your moral support system and all that stuff too, right? So
Right.
so that could be very manipulative, right? I mean, that is like abusive behavior 101.
And they'll do it without realizing it's abusive either. It's
Well,
unfortunate.
yeah, I don't think it's necessarily like they're actively, trying to abuse people. I think, sometimes like shunning just is part of the culture, right? There's a lot of shame inherent to more fundamentalist religions, particularly in fundamental Christianity. I could just speak more on that. Um,
Right.
and
So much
that's
judgment too.
manipulative,
Yeah, and then there's like us versus them judgment that takes place even
right?
within the church itself. Like the way that I've heard some of the people I used to hang out with and family members, the way they talk about other members of the church, like they didn't dress their Sunday best, or like, did you see
Hmm.
what Deborah was wearing to church? Like,
Oh
good
yeah,
grief! So like, if you don't have that therapy there, if you don't have, or maybe not therapy, but just like counseling, guidance, mentorship, mindfulness practices, things that make you aware of how to not be judgmental, how to be
right,
kind and empathetic as a priority, then you might fall into one of those defaults. But
right. Or you get in trouble because you're not judgmental enough.
right, and you're not showing your virtue signaling enough.
Yeah, because with the whole in group out group thing, right? The harder you reject the out group, the stronger you're entrenched in the in group
Because
ideals.
you get applauded for it.
Yeah, so like those behaviors are encouraged. So it's like this toxic culture is going to prevail because all the toxic behaviors are rewarded so heavily.
Yeah. Let's hope it improves. I think it is. I think that we're other than like in Israel, Pakistan, I mean Israel, Palestine, sorry.
Right.
Uh, that that's probably the worst case example. And no, that's not just a holy war. There's lots of other problems surrounding that.
Oh,
But
I think it's like zero holy war.
okay, yeah, there's
which
plenty of arguments otherwise.
which I think that brings me to another point about religion too. I think religion is a very easy tool, right, to use to get people to pit people against each other,
Yeah,
and they will pretend like, oh, this is for religious ideals, but really you look at, oh, this church is funded by this person, this church is funded by that person, and they're just like going to they're fighting like proxy wars through the religion,
right.
essentially, or the particular branch of the religion gets tied in with the dominant politics
Right.
of the time, right? And that's just another tool, right? Because if God tells you you have to vote this way, then that's pretty powerful.
Yeah, and that keeps political divides permanent. Mm.
Right, exactly. Yeah, yeah. So I think that's obviously very manipulative, but I could see the good from them, and I could see, like you pointed out, like we have this like evolutionary tendency, right, to strive for the metaphysical and the transcendental, and
Yeah, and is that like you can have transcendence from the therapy perspective and mindfulness and counseling and all that, and you can become your next best self and get in the growth mindset and check your limiting
yeah,
beliefs and all that, but that doesn't necessarily fulfill your spiritual needs. And this is an ongoing discussion. I'm hoping that we're making progress. The people that are, from what I assess as the most intelligent minds talking about these issues right now, I still see them making logical fallacies. As steadfast and as heartfelt as their conclusions and efforts may be, uh, they'll still slip and they'll commit equivocations in language, or they'll substitute words like love for like spiritual and all these kind of things. And it's
Yeah.
hard to find convergence because we can't agree on definitions. We can't agree on what a spirit or a soul is.
Well, I was gonna say I would consider myself a spirituality skeptic.
Okay,
I'm not
I like the
convinced
title.
spirituality exists. I've never heard a compelling definition
Right.
of it. Like,
Yeah. Well, what
what does
does
that
exist
mean?
mean?
It's so nebulous. Like, I'm not
Yeah.
religious, I'm spiritual.
Oh yeah, that's
Like,
also one thing Rebecki says when people say that, like that's the area that we're in right now. He calls these people the nuns, Nones. They have no
mhm.
religion, but they're spiritual but not religious. But when you press them on that, they never seem to actually have a solid definition for what that means.
Right. Well, I think it's people in that case um, who are religious, or at least they have the religious, framework built into their lives, and they don't necessarily believe, but they don't know what else to do or where else to go to. So I think they're hanging on to those ideas because that is their tie to, their sanity, perhaps,
Right.
right? Or that
Like,
is the most useful framework they have, but they may not believe that it's actually
yeah.
based on a real thing, right? Maybe they don't believe in it, or maybe it doesn't make sense, but it's still better than the alternative.
Right. So
That that's
like paganism has seen an uptick recently because there's not any like real recent uh, structures around that. There are pagan churches and all that if you want to go to them, but
yeah,
people will perform like personal rituals or do like moon rituals. I have a lot of friends who profess themselves to be witches,
right,
and will have like an altar, and they'll do. I mean, more power to them. I have my own rituals that I do surrounding food because I have to eat meat because of my Crohn's disease and other reasons,
right.
and that forces me to contemplate deeply about what I'm doing. And I'm going to
Hmm.
try vegan again or go vegetarian again. I think hopefully in the next year, but it didn't work out very well last time. Um,
Sure.
to put it lightly, the the issue I think is indeed the definitions. And I mean, so you said like spirit doesn't exist, and I get that. Like we have to ask like what does exist mean? Like what is obviously? I mean, to me that's quite obvious. Spirits do not exist. There's no such thing as a soul. There was an experiment done where a person died, and they weighed them after they died, and they
Right.
lost 0.3. Then that was proven to be false. The uh, yeah, the issue there I think is going to be unresolved for a long time, and this whole Pascal's God-shaped hole thing might still lead to problems in the future. So finding what we have left, I think, is the mission that we have before us.
Yeah. Well, so let me see if I can explain this.
Hmm.
It's simple in my head. So when people describe spirituality, whatever definition, I'm unconvinced that those things are not just mental or mental health, right?
Right. So you think medical, or sorry, the methodology of psychotherapy and psychoanalysis will allow us to fill Pascal's God-shaped hole? It's a weird way of putting
Well,
it. Yeah.
and maybe I'd have to think on that. What I mean mainly is when people say, I do this, this is a spiritual practice or whatever. Let's say meditation, right? What about meditation is spiritual and not simply cognitive or affective?
Well, so the spirit aspect of meditation would be the reincarnation, and that can be taken how you want. Now, okay, so we could look at this from personality perspective. Perhaps Pascal's God-shaped hole is different for each individual, because there are plenty of Buddhist practitioners and meditative practitioners that do so from a wholly secular perspective, and there are many that do so from a religious reincarnative perspective, or in the Hindu aspects. And Pali and Sanskrit translations encourage this more.
Right. But I mean, like, how is it different from an idea or a feeling, right? Which we know are properties of our brain.
Right. And so the question is, how do we deal with the feeling? Like, what do we do? Is it a false feeling, or is it a feeling that has to be acted upon? So Vervaeke and other cognitive scientists, I keep referencing Vervaeke, I apologize. Cognitive science seems to insist that cognition itself is enacted and extended and uh, and embedded in reality. And there's this whole participatory framework. Now, this is Vervaeke. Knowledge is participatory. It's procedural, participatory, perspectival, and propositional. And so a lot of the West is stuck in the propositional without those other three. That's a whole other story. But participating in an activity with other people, this is what we see in play therapy. This is what we see in sports. And procedural knowledge, like you also have to have that, a brain to exist in a body, a cognition system to exist in a brain in a body has to be acted upon. It has to have a system of procedure and a way of proceeding through reality in a way that is participatory. So how are we participating with people in various aspects in this regard? And so you see churches giving you one answer to that. You see like meditation giving you another answer, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. But my point is, like, are social interactions spiritual
Right. I mean, unless
inherently?
if you're praying together, worshiping together, singing, praising the Lord, and all that, maybe.
Yeah, yeah,
But what
but
is
it's like,
spirit?
but what does that mean spiritual though? Like, I still
Yeah,
am
yeah.
not like,
Where's the spirit node? Where's the spirit part of the brain? That's what we're gonna find out,
no,
so we
but it's
can.
like, do we need a spirit part of the brain, or is that just a different form of cognition? Right.
I mean, I think some of it stems from like Ernest Becker's Denial of Death. Have you read that?
Yeah, but like, well, no, I haven't read that. I haven't read that. But like,
You should definitely read it. That's incredible. I mean, he talks about it like terror management theory, and Sheldon Solomon gets on about this as well
right. I'm
today.
familiar with that.
Yeah, so it's like we have this, unfortunately, evolution decided to leave us with a prefrontal cortex that can predict forward and can predict to a great extent, but that can be ad infinitum. So we can predict forward and worry about things millions of years in the future. And that ties in with our survival and ties in with our identity and our sense of self. And so we're the creature that has to worry about what happens after we die, whereas all the other creatures don't have that. So that's like deeply seated in us. That's where we had shaman rituals for hundreds of thousands of years. So we have to find a way of getting around that or supplementing that. Like, how do we supplement that? Is the question, I guess.
Right, right. But like, I still don't see how that's spiritual and not just like
Right.
our
Yeah.
unconscious drives. You know what I mean? So it's just like
Yeah.
when people throw around spiritual, it just seems like this unnecessary thing that just
I
explains.
guess the way I'm thinking about it currently, IMCO, is to think of it like how we were talking about free will. Like that's also very deterministic, and yet it's also extremely important to make that into something real. Like agency and identity and all of that can be explained entirely causality wise, but we still have to try and make that into something that's real. I think the same thing takes place with spirit and soul. Although I don't think like I don't have a theory on that. I have theories on free will. I don't worry about that as much. I'm curious as to your opinion on it.
Well, but it's like also soul, right? Like, I'm not convinced there's something other than physical
It's
properties, right?
it serves a
Or
function like
properties that
free will.
arise from physical consciousness, if you will.
Yeah, I guess I'm saying like it serves its genetic function. Like we're supposed to have a function of free will, even though that's not real. It serves some kind of major purpose in our lives. I think a similar thing is happening with
Right,
spirit and soul, although I don't think to the same degree. I think free will is much more important. The idea of having agency and telling yourself that you're accountable for what you're doing and holding yourself responsible for your actions, and also like pride and self-esteem. Like there's, as Sapolsky talks about, it's like it works both ways. You can take away responsibility from people and you can forgive them ad infinitum, and you can also uh, not give people any praise ad infinitum because they didn't earn anything that they did. And the same thing takes place for you. Um, there are like consequences to that if it's not addressed, and I think there's consequences to the spirit and the soul if not addressed. And it's like we have to find a new way to talk about them, because it can't be anything religious based. Like, it can't be anything close to the ancient text of old. All that's nonsense. It's written by men tripping in the desert. Like, sorry,
Right, right.
that's
But
the case.
but
Or
that's I think that's my other point too, where you know how can you divorce the soul and spirituality from religion,
yeah,
right? So like to me, it's like doesn't wouldn't it be better as we learn more about consciousness and the brain and all that, to just
yeah,
to incorporate, better ideas about mental health,
right. Like
right?
spiritual health. You could call it spiritual health, I guess.
Yeah, we call it spiritual health, but like it's is spirituality just like the connectivity between different humans, or is it about,
I mean,
contemplating the transcendental?
right. I guess you could fix both of those. So, like, or you could very much address both of those issues. So
Right.
you can have the community. Like, we're already building secular organizations. I mean, this is what concerts are. This is what festivals are. We've had this for a long time. But we also have like congregation style secular groups that are popping up, which is still very much in contention. But you can also have an ego death on DMT and not worry about your death anymore. Now, this didn't work very well for me. I think I probably still have to. I got to do it like ayahuasca or something, because I still have death anxiety. Uh,
Sure.
it's not very unfortunate. It does plague me, but the it's gotten better, and I've seen where the ego disillusion can help. I've had heavy doses of dimethyltryptamine where I've contemplated that, and it does feel more comfortable, but not at all to the degree that I've heard people profess. People will say that they don't worry about it at all anymore because they've already died, and I spent like whole year out in an outer space or whatever, and then came back and
Right.
realized, well, that wasn't that bad. It was just a bunch of nothing, and whatever. I mean, people describe it like that, but
Right.
yeah,
But let's say you go to a concert and you really feel the music.
yeah,
Is that a spiritual experience?
that's a good question. Hmm. Yeah, again, like the definitions and the term spirit.
Right. Or
Hmm.
maybe like you said, like even if free will didn't exist, like just having like that concept can be important, right? We
Yeah,
we have to feel like we are free to make decisions, right? So
yeah,
it's the same thing with spirituality. Like there are things that we can't describe in physical terms, right? But they're still very much, real things that we need to have in our lives to be effective, right? Like
right. But
like I
maybe
have to
not if
make
we do.
meaning and have to have purpose, you know,
Yeah.
even if that doesn't arise entirely, like that desire to do
Mm.
that doesn't arise
So
entirely from your brain. Although it seems like those things are needs that, you know, have evolutionary roles to fulfill.
right. So that brings up a really good point too. The meaning structures and what so Vervaeke talks about meaning as, if you want to know what your meaning and purpose in life is, you can ask yourself, what would I like to remain after I'm gone? How real is that for me? And what am I doing now to make that so? So this is really good. Um, I have problems with it, and I also think it's a really good solution. This is a really weird position that I'm in with this idea, because you can have the escaping of, like, it can be taken as escapism, and also uh, wanting to live forever, but you're not living forever physically. You're living forever through your efforts. This is where we talk about like people having a brainchild or doing a project that outlasts them,
Yeah.
and that's really good. And so it's like, yeah, there's an argument to be made that that's trying to live forever, but I don't think that's a solid argument. I think it's better to think that we should try to have impact on the world, and that brings us the like positive impact on the world in some way or another. That brings us the most meaning. So you have, let's say you have that base covered, and then you have the fear of death covered by the DMT or whatever psychedelic intervention you want to use, and then you have the participatory and perspectival and procedural aspects of the church, now replaced by the festival or the secular organization and whatever that might be. I guess that's like three elements there. Three ideas I should have done. Um, but yeah, I'm just thinking about this right now. It's gonna go. I mean, like that seems like it might work. I mean, I feel like the concept of soul and spirit is so subjective that yeah, it's hard to know.
Right. Well, just to me, it seems like they don't. It's not really doesn't exist. It's just like a conceptual framework.
Yeah.
You know that's like it's like a vessel for your meaning and purpose, and you know those kind of
Yeah.
endeavors.
Well, what is a vessel exactly?
Well, yeah, it's like a a concept that could hold these these ideas in balance. I don't know. I don't know how I'd because at this point I'm just speculating what other people would define
Right.
as the soul or spirituality. Um, but to me, these just seem to be properties of our consciousness. Is consciousness
Yeah.
spirituality? Is that what our spirit is? Like, I don't know. It doesn't seem like it because it seems like the more we learn about them, the more we can identify parts of the brain that contribute to aspects of consciousness.
Right.
So,
So is it like is it genetics? Is it what happens when a consciousness reaches this level? Because I like to think that other animals have consciousness to some degree, or like some amount of self-awareness and
oh, for
intelligence.
sure.
Is this like Michael Levin's cognitive light cone, where because we're human, we can perceive out to this distance, and perhaps there are other extraterrestrial forms that can perceive even farther and contemplate even deeper. Um,
Yeah,
where that, like, if I could take a pill to like a spirit pill that takes care of the Pascal's God-shaped hole needs, then I would just do that. But also, I see problems with the idea, like as we talk about with psychiatry, that's a shortcut, like a band-aid, and we should have
right.
some actual real practice to fulfill that, and because you're just going to have consequences later. If it's a defect in the brain, if it's a consciousness aspect and I talk about it like a defect, I mean maybe it's a blessing too, but if it's something that can be physically altered in the brain, I think there's legitimacy in researching that.
Well, I think they've not saying that they've proven that, but I think we're finding more and more out about how
Oh
you can
wait, yeah,
manipulate.
they have done studies on this. I'm sorry, I'm just brain farting. I
No,
mean,
you're good. It seems
well, they
pretty
did it on
compelling to
medita
me that we're on
like they did
track.
it on meditative prayer, and they studied Buddhist monks meditating, and they did it with Christian prayer as well. I think it was Christian prayer. It was some form of Western Abrahamic religion, and they showed certain correlating parts of the brain lighting up. And then I'm gonna mess up this. It's been so long since I researched it, but there were correlations between that and I think social approval and a couple other major aspects.
Hmm,
And
interesting.
I'll have to pull that up. That's something for ChatGPT. Yeah, man. Well, yeah. I mean, I could talk about this forever.
Yeah,
It's a great
I should
discussion,
probably
my
go to
friend.
sleep soon too.
Yeah, yeah. Excellent talking with you, man. It's always a blast, Ari. You have an intelligent, wonderful mind, and I really appreciate your efforts here.
Oh man, likewise, dude. You got my brain doing weird gymnastics and parkour and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. Likewise. Thanks so much for watching, y'all. Much love. Y'all feel free to subscribe
Thank
if you want.
you.